Hey guys, good morning. Just give me a minute here. We're still figuring it out. I was supposed to get on early this morning and work with Installation 00 to do a little bit of different things for the stream, and you'll never guess. Sometimes life just smacks you in the balls. This morning, I was in the shower, getting ready for the day, and my son went to the bathroom and flushed the toilet, and the guest bathroom, and it overflowed onto the floor. So I had to take the toilet apart today, and it turns out I'm gonna have to buy a new toilet. So when my the toilet broke, and when my wife gets home for today, I'm gonna have to go to the Home Depot after the stream and get a new one and install it. And that's gonna be not fun. It won't be that bad. It's just tedious and wow, not great. Anyway, so that was my morning. That's why I'm a little bit behind. Just trying to get all the shit figured out so that we can, go on and stuff. How are you guys today? I'm just putting out the announcement everywhere. So that people know that they can come and watch and be excited about me reading. Here we go. And almost the done. All right, we have made the announcements. People should start firing up and arriving here pretty soon, I would assume. I've got coffee, I've got snacks, we've got my book. It's been a few weeks since we've read the book because we were sick. But hey, it's okay. We're here. Life is good. We're doing good stuff. Welcome to the Awesome. I'm Spartan John. It is, the fuck is today? It is, Thursday. It is reading day. That's what it is. It's reading day. Hey guys, 508 followers, 47 subs, 71 subs on YouTube. This is the best ever. You guys are so awesome, like helping me become a bigger brand, and hanging out with you guys is like the best ever. Let's get the hellos out here so everybody can seize them. Make sure all the stuff is geared up. It's gonna be a blast. I'm gonna have to ask a friend of mine how she changed the color of her controller on her stream. Let's see if you'll, we're reading today, so if you like the reading, don't forget that we do it every Thursday. I should tell you that our music that goes behind us is Ambient Wonders on YouTube. Now up to 1.79, almost 2,000 subscribers to Ambient Wonders. Dude, Ambient Wonders. It's mostly all Halo music. It's great for studying, sleeping, relaxing, showering, whatever you like to do. Listen to your Halo. Installation 00, if you're watching, can you give us the Never Forget Ambient Wonder? I would love that if you could provide that to us. I know I could find it in a lot of other ways, but the sadness, the somberness, well, anyway. Occasionally it makes us feel the sad. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna stand up here and stretch. Get this party started. I'm not wearing the Spartan John jacket or hat today. Although I feel like maybe I should. Give me a moment, I'll put on my Spartan John jacket and hat for you. Here's the hat. And the jacket is coming. Whoops. Good to see a little Spartan John's 6-pack abs. Sorry for the not safe for work content. Or maybe it is safe for work. I don't know, do you guys think you would enjoy a shirtless John stream? Spartan shirtless? I don't know about that. My wife might not be terribly happy about it if that was to happen. But you know, who knows? Here we go. Get those pipes clean so we can read the book today. You guys ready for it? I hope you're ready for it. About 10 minutes in. It's 15 after. We're a little late, so expect overtime to exist today for a little while because we ran a little late this morning. Getting on. All right, check it out. So remember, it's reading day. We're gonna start reading. We're well into Contact Harvest. We're on chapter 7 today. So far, we've learned that the Covenant have stumbled upon some cargo ships, one that a guy was on, and one that is completely automated, and they are on their way to harvest, it would appear, because they stumbled across the ship and And yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. We're on the way to harvest. Or, well, the Covenant are on the way to harvest. Anyway, here's the book. Contact Harvest. Joseph Staten wrote it. Here's the bookmark. Because we always use the bookmark to start. Remember, someday I'll go back and edit all this shit and you'll just have books. Remember that. It will happen. Someday. Someday. Here we go. So let's get going. Chapter 7. Harvest, January 16, 25. As soon as the first platoon recruits had busted their breakfast trays into the mess hall sanitizer, Avery led them on their daily march, 10 kilometers out and back along the Gladsheim Highway. After 2 weeks of physical training, or PT, they were used to the route, a devastatingly dull path through the flat fields of wheat, but until today, they'd never done it with full 25-kilogram rucksacks. And by the time Epsilon Indy was blazing in the mid-morning sky, the march had become a uniquely punishing ordeal. This was true for Avery as well, who hadn't gotten any decent exercise since before his trip back home. The long stretches of cryosleep from Epsilon Eridanus to Sol, and then from Sol to Epsilon Indy, had left him in a condition commonly known as freezer burn, the agonizing sensation, like a bad case of pins and needles, was caused by the breakdown of cryosleep pharmaceuticals trapped inside of the muscles and joints of the body. And Avery's case was the worst he'd ever felt. A deep, prickling pain in his knees and shoulders, brought on by the strenuous march. Avery winced as he removed his ruck. But it was easy to hide his discomfort from his platoon, because the 36 men huddled around the parade ground flagpole were focused on their own exhaustion. Sweat running down his nose and chin, Avery watched as one of them vomited his jostled breakfast. This started a chain reaction, and soon almost half the platoon heaving loudly onto the gravel. Jenkins, a younger recruit with rust-colored hair, was doubled over directly in front of Avery, thin arms resting on his knees. He made a sound that was half cough and half cry. Avery saw a string of spittle stretch towards the poorly tied boots. He's going to have blisters, Avery frowned, staring at the loose laces. But he also knew Jenkins faced a more immediate and dangerous threat: dehydration. He pulled a plastic water bottle from his ruck and thrust it into the recruit's shaking hands. "Drink it slowly." "Yes, Staff Sergeant," Jenkins wheezed, but he didn't move. "Now, recruit," Avery barked. Jenkins straightened so quickly that the shifting weight of his ruck almost tossed him back on his bony behind. His shrunken cheeks swelled as he unscrewed the bottle and took 2 big gulps. "I said slow." Avery tried to keep his anger in check. "Or you're gonna cramp." Avery knew the Colonial Militia wasn't the Marines, but it was difficult for him to lower his expectations for his recruits' performance. About half of them were members of Harvest law enforcement and other emergency services, so they were at least mentally prepared for the rigors of the basic training. But these men were older as well, some in their late 40s and early 50s, and they weren't all in the best of shape. Things weren't much better with the younger recruits like Jenkins. Most of them had grown up on farms, but because Harvest's Jotuns did all the hard manual labor, they were just as physically unprepared as the elders to learn the strenuous craft of soldiery. "Healy," Avery shouted, pointing at Jenkins' boots. "Got a pair of bad feet." "That makes 3, the corpsman shot back. He was handing out water bottles to a pair of paunchy, middle-aged recruits with sunburned faces. "Dawes and Abel are so fat, I think they wore right through their socks." The corpsman had raised his voice loud enough for the whole platoon to hear, and a few of the men who hadn't lost their breakfast and their sense of humor along with it chuckled quietly at Healy's inane accusations. Avery scowled. He couldn't decide what made him more upset. The fact that Healy insisted on clowning around, ruining the no-nonsense mood he was trying to set, or that the corpsman already knew every recruit's name while Avery still had to check the name tapes on the chest pockets of the olive drab fatigue shirts. You got the energy to talk? You got the energy to walk, Avery snapped. Get some water, suck it down. All I want to hear is the sound of hydration, which, to be clear, sounds like absolutely nothing at all. Immediately, 36 clear plastic bottles tipped skyward. Jenkins was especially eager to keep his sore feet where they were and guzzled his water at an alarming rate. Avery watched the recruit's oversized Adam's apple bob up and down like a yo-yo on a very short string. The kid can't even follow an order about drinking properly. The sound of voices on the Garrison Drive announced the return of Byrne and 2nd Platoon. Avery could hear them calling cadence, shouting a Marine Corps marching chant. Byrne bellowed each line, and the recruits repeated, "When I die, please bury me deep. Place an MA5 down by my feet. Don't cry for me, don't shed no tear. Just pack my box with PT gear. 'Cause one early morning, about 05, the ground will rumble. There'll be lightning in the sky. Don't you worry, don't come undone. It's just my ghost on a PT run." As 2nd Platoon crested the top of the drive and shuffled into the parade grounds, the screen door to Captain Ponder's quarters swung open. As usual, the captain had chosen not to wear his prosthetic. The sleeve of his fatigue shirt was once again pinned neatly to his side. "Attention," Avery barked. Ponder gave 1st Platoon a chance to straighten up, and 2nd Platoon time to come to a gasping stop. Then he asked in a loud but friendly voice, "You men enjoy your stroll?" "Sir, yes, sir," the recruits answered, with varied enthusiasm. Ponder turned to Byrne. They don't sound too sure, Staff Sergeant." "No, they don't," Byrne snarled. "Maybe 10 clicks wasn't long enough for them to wake up their minds. I'd be happy to run them again, Captain." "Well, let's make sure." Ponder put his fist on his hip and shouted, "I say again, did you all enjoy the stroll?" All 72 recruits shouted at once this time, "Sir, yes, sir." "Do it again tomorrow." "Sir, yes, sir." Now, I definitely heard that at ease. As the recruits got back to aching, Ponder waved Avery over. How was their pace? "Not bad, considering their load." "What's the plan for this afternoon?" "Thought I might take them out to the range." Ponder nodded his head approvingly. "About time we let them punch a few targets, but you'll need to hand them off to Byrne. We've got a date." "Sir, solstice celebration, Utgard. Governor of this fine planet extended an invitation to me and one of my staff sergeants." The captain jutted his chin toward Byrne, currently unleashing a string of expletives at a terrified recruit who had just made the mistake of losing his breakfast directly on the staff sergeant's boots. "It's a formal affair. Ladies in long dresses. That sort of thing." Ponder smiled at Avery. "I have a feeling you'll be a better fit." "Roger that." The last thing Avery wanted to do was field questions about the insurrection from a bunch of boozy politicians. But as he watched Byrne order the recruit to start doing push-ups directly over his own vomit-covered boots, he had to admit the captain was probably right. And besides, there were questions Avery wanted to ask Ponder. First and foremost, why he and Byrne had been transferred to Harvest. Since the night of their fight in the barracks, the 2 staff sergeants hadn't exactly been on speaking terms, so Avery had gotten no information from Byrne. During the ride to Utgard, he hoped the captain would explain why the UNSC had seen fit to transfer 2 trebuchet team leaders. take them off the front line of the insurrection. Avery had a strong suspicion that he wasn't going to like Ponder's answer. Party starts at 0630. The captain then turned back to his quarters. Clean yourself up and meet me at the motor pool ASAP. Avery snapped a hasty salute, then strode back to his recruits. Forzel, Wick, Anderson, Jenkins, he boomed, reading their names from his comm pad. 4 sets of shoulders set a little straighter. Says here none of you have ever handled a weapon, is that correct? Yes, Staff Sergeant. The recruits' replies were halting, embarrassed. Some of the older military men, constables who were used to carrying small caliber sidearms for their work, snickered at the recruits' inexperience. Won't be so funny when they're standing behind you in a firefight, Avery growled. The constable's laughter quickly died. Avery motioned for Jenkins and the others to gather round. The captain and I have an appointment in town, so Staff Sergeant Burns going to let you all snapped in. The recruits looked blankly at one another, confused by Avery's shorthand. He's going to teach you how to shoot, Avery clarified. Try not to shoot each other. An hour later, he was behind the wheel of a Warthog, speeding east on the Gladsheim Highway with Captain Ponder in the passenger seat beside him. With Epsilon Indy beating down directly overhead, Avery was unusually glad of the vehicle's stripped-down design. In a war zone, the Warthog's lack of roof and doors made it a dangerous ride. But when the only enemy you faced was the sweaty cling of navy blue dress uniforms, its open-air passenger compartment was an absolute blessing. To keep themselves cool, both men had removed their navy blue dress coats and rolled their shirt sleeves to their elbows. Ponder opted to keep his false arm covered. Avery guessed because the prosthetic titanium joints would get uncomfortably warm in the direct sunlight. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the captain reach up and scratch his shoulder, massaging the nanofiber junction where the circuits met the man. For some time, Avery and Ponder sat in silence and watched the wheat fields around the garrison give way to vast peach and apple orchards. Avery wasn't sure how best to break the ice. He didn't just want to come out and ask, "Why am I here?" He guessed there was a good reason why the captain was keeping the information secret, and suspected it would take little more finesse to draw this answer out. So he started with something simple. "Sir, if you don't mind me asking, what happened to your arm?" MTAC EDF 921-1, Ponder replied, raising his voice above the Warthog roar. "You familiar with this unit?" Avery automatically parsed the code, 9th Marine Expeditionary Force, 21st Division, 1st Battalion. It was one of the many units serving on Epsilon Eridanus. "Yes, sir," hard-ass grunts. That they were. The captain reached 2 of his prosthetic metal fingers into his shirt pocket and retrieved a Sweet Williams cigar. "I used to be their CO. Avery tightened his grip on the steering wheel as a hauler blew by in the opposite direction. "What sort of action did you see?" He did the best to keep a casual tone. But if what Ponder said was true, that meant he was a critical part of the UNSC's fight against the insurrection. That his presence on Harvest was just as odd as Avery and Burns. "Let's not beat around the bush, Staff Sergeant. Trebuchet. It's in your file, Burns, too. And I've spent the last 2 weeks wondering the exact same thing." The captain bit off the tip of his cigar. "Why would the Corps send 2 of its meanest sons of bitches way out here?" "I was hoping you might shed some light on that, sir." "Hell if I know." Ponder removed a silver lighter from the with a hinged top from his pants pocket, cracked it open, and began stoking his cigar. "Fleetcom hasn't been all that free with the information," he said between puffs. Then, snapping the lighter shut, "since they gave me a demotion." Something clicked in Avery's head. Of course, he thought, the CO of a Marine battalion would be at least a lieutenant colonel. 2 pay grades higher than Ponder's current captain rank. But Avery had no idea what this meant with respect to the larger question. If anything, Ponder's revelation made things even more confusing. "Demotion, sir?" he asked, treading water. "I lost my arm," Ponder began, "in Elysium City, Eridanus 2. He put one of his boots up on the dash. This was back in 13. Watts and his gang were just starting to show their teeth. Colonel Robert Watts, or that bastard to most UNSC personnel, was a Marine Corps officer born and raised on Epsilon Eridanus, who had defected to the insurrectionist side early in the war. He and the group of turncoats he commanded were one of the trebuchet's priority targets. So far, no one had gotten a decent shot at him, though Avery had once come close. "We were hoping to capture Watts, second in command," Ponder continued, taking a long drag from the cigar. "Admirals at Fleetcom wanted my battalion to go in strong. Plenty of armor and air support. Intimidate the locals into giving the guy up without a fight. But the town was still 50-50. Not everyone was on the Innie side, and I thought a little restraint might help win the hearts and minds." Avery grunted. "Must have been before my time." "Things were different in the beginning. There was still time to talk, a chance for peace." Ponder shook his head. "Anyhow, this guy, my target, had married the daughter of one of the local officials. I thought the father-in-law would be pretty ticked when a whole armored column showed up at his doorstep. But the next thing I knew, I was in his living room, sipping tea." Ponder tapped the ash from his cigar. "We talked about nothing for a few minutes, just got comfortable. Then, when his wife was pouring me a second cup, I got down to it. 'We're looking for so-and-so. Do you know where we can find him? We don't mean your daughter any harm, etc., etc.' And he looks me right in the eye." Ponder paused and stared out of the Warthog-sloped windshield. "He looks me in the eye and says, 'Someday we will win, no matter what it takes.'" The captain flexed his prosthetic, pantomiming his memories. Then he put his arm around the target's wife, his own daughter, and raised it up like this. Took me a second to realize he had a grenade. Avery didn't know what to say, except that having inherited the insurrection from men like Ponder, he'd seen things at least as surprising, at least as tragic. I knew it was a bluff. This guy was dedicated to the cause, no doubt, but kill his whole family wasn't going to happen. Ponder pulled the half-smoked cigar from his teeth and ground it into the dash. One of my snipers thought differently. Put a hasty round through the wall of the house, tore the guy in half, but he pulled the pin on reflex. The captain shrugged. I dove to cover the blast. Things only got worse from there. Tight space, jumpy soldiers. Avery knew worse had meant a lot of civilian casualties. Some very angry top brass, and adding insult to injury, Ponder taking a 2-step drop in rank. I think they wanted me to take an early retirement, but I was stuck with it, the captain said. Took a bunch of lousy billets and worked my way up to CMT. Thought I'd left the insurrection behind me. He shot Avery a look that was more inquisitive than accusatory. Then along came the two of you. Again, Avery was at a loss for words, but Ponder was soon lost in more memories from that terrible day long ago, and for a while both men resumed their silence. Out in the apple orchards, Avery saw Jotuns, a pair of monstrous pickers large enough to engulf whole trees with their agitating arms. He had overheard Healy arguing with one of his recruits about an exact number of Jotuns on harvest. The corpsman refused to believe that there were 3 Jotuns for every person, almost 1 million machines, until the recruit had explained he was counting all the different versions, the smallest aerial crop dusters to the 6-wheeled beasts like the ones in the orchard. It's funny, Ponder said in a way that made it clear he didn't think it was, not even the least bit. But at first, I missed it. My men, the combat, all of it. Took me years to realize how crazy that was. That I'd been damn lucky to get out when I did. Before things got really bad. And I made a mistake that got a lot more people killed. Avery nodded his head. Although he might as well have said, I know exactly what you mean. By now the Bifrost had begun to rise before them. There was still an hour away from the limestone escarpment, but squinting his eyes, Avery could just see the dark switchbacks carving back and forth across his face that would take them up to Utgard. On either side of the switchbacks, separated by hundreds of kilometers, were two maglev train lines, thick monorails that angled down from the top of the Bifrost to meet the Ida, far out into the orchards. Avery saw a long train of cargo containers glide down the southern line. The train seemed to move too quickly for the container's size, and Avery realized they must be empty. On their way to the depot, where hundreds of Jotuns awaited with fresh-picked loads. Maybe Fleetcom decided you needed a break, Ponder offered. Maybe, Avery said. It was as good an explanation as any. Well, why not start tonight? Have a drink, dance with a girl. Avery smiled despite himself. That's an order, sir. Ponder laughed and slapped his artificial arm on his thigh. Yes, Staff Sergeant, it is. By the time Avery pulled the Warthog into the curved drive of the Harvest Parliament building, he knew a lot more about Captain Ponder. How fighting the insurrection had forced him to miss his eldest son's wedding and the birth of his first grandchild. Precious occasions he missed much more than his arm. As they dismounted, buttoned their coats, brass buttons, and pulled on their black-billed dress caps, Avery realized he not only trusted, but had a great deal more respect for the man who wore his CO's uniform. The Parliament's lobby was thick with partygoers, men in pastel seersucker suits, women in ruffled scoop-neck gowns, fashions that were already out of style in core world salons, but had only just taken hold of Harvest's provincial high society. Some of the guests gawked and whispered as Avery and Ponder passed, as it struck the staff sergeant that they were the first Marines, the first soldiers some of the guests had ever seen. But as they threaded their way up a crowded granite staircase to the ballroom, some of the curious gazes turned cold. We might be a new sight, Avery grimaced, but not necessarily a welcome one. It seemed the UNSC handling of the insurrection wasn't any more popular on Harvest than it was anywhere else. Nils Thune, someone bellowed from the landing at the top of the staircase. A thick hand shot out from great swath of red and white striped fabric. You must be Captain Ponder. Governor Ponder paused on the top step and saluted. Then he extended his hand. It's an honor to meet you. Likewise, of course. Thune's grip was so strong, he practically pulled Ponder up onto the landing. May I introduce you to some of my men, Staff Sergeant? Avery Johnson. Thune released Ponder's hand and offered it to Avery. Well, Johnson? Thune's red beard parted in a broad, toothsome grin. What do you think of our planet? Avery had a strong grip, but Thune's was immobilizing. His hand possessed the kind of strength one got from years of farming the old-fashioned way, without assistance from a fleet of hulking automations. Avery guessed correctly that despite his vigor, the governor was well into his 60s, that he'd been one of the first colonists to land on Harvest. Reminds me of home, sir, Avery grimaced. I grew up on Earth, Chicago, industrial zone. Thune released Avery's hand and stabbed his thumb happily into his chest. Minnesota. My mother and father's side, both, far back as I can remember. Widening his smile, he ushered the Marines towards the doorway of a brightly lit ballroom. You're in good company, Staff Sergeant. Most everyone around here's from the Midwest. Pulled up stakes when the soil went bad. Of course, none of us knew just how much better things would be once we got to harvest. The governor snatched a champagne flute from a passing waiter and downed it in one gulp. This way. He shuffled sideways through the ballroom doorway, his girth doing at least as much to part the crowd as any difference to his office. And stay close. The show's about to start. I want you two front and center. Avery shot Ponder a confused look, but the captain simply plunged into Thune's gap. Avery followed just as the crowd drew back upon itself, practically sucking him into the ballroom. Doing their best not to step on any toes, the Marines followed Thune to one of the many glass-paneled doors in the ballroom's eastern wall that led to the broad balcony overlooking the Parliament Garden, and beyond that, Utgard's Mall. Stepping up beside Thune, against the balcony's waist-high granite railing, Avery saw that the park was full of revelers, light globes tugging at their tethers in the twilight breeze, illuminated knots of families sitting on brightly colored picnic blankets. Hardly any of the mall was left uncovered, and Avery was certain the vast majority of the planet's 300,000 residents were in attendance. But for what? He still was not sure. Row, Thune's shout rang painfully, loud in Avery's ears. Over here. The governor waved a hand above his head, but this wasn't necessary. Thune was taller than anyone in the ballroom, or on the balcony, Avery included, and the mop of thick red and gray hair that covered his head was impossible to miss. Avery craned his neck towards the ballroom in time to see the governor's soma-typical opposite slide from the jostling crowd. A short, bald man, whose elderly frame barely filled his light gray linen suit. Roll Peterson, Thune announced. My attorney general. Just a fancy way to say lawyer. Peterson smiled modestly through his thin pursed lips. He didn't offer Avery or Ponder his hand, but not for any lack of courtesy. The jubilant crowd had begun to flow from the ballroom to the railing, crushing the attorney general's arms firmly to his sides. Roll's about as formal as we get out here, Thune explained. Stickler for the details. He's the one who handled the negotiations with the CA about us raising a militia. Technically, Peterson's eyes twinkled as he raised one of his wide eyebrows. I formally accepted the demand that we have one. Just then, the sky erupted with fireworks, filling the gaps between the Tiara's 7 elevators with multicolored blossoms jutting up from Utgard's skyline. The strands shone bronze in Epsilon Indy's failing light. As the showering sparks rippled the air around them, they appeared to vibrate, like plucked strings in a giant's harp. All right, everyone, Thune roared, as the last of the fireworks erupted in a smoky blue-green cloud. Get set. The governor put his hands to his ears, and did everyone else on the balcony except for Avery and Ponder. Mass driver, Peterson explained. We fire it every solstice. All at once, the towers around the mall went dark, and the city's electrical grid lost power. There was a bright flash beyond the Tiara's central number 4 strand, and a moment later a shock wave hammered the mall, flattening the light globes and sending the picnickers squealing after flying napkins and bowled over children. On the balcony, women shrieked in gleeful fright as they clutched their billowing dresses. Men made a gallant show of uncapping their ears as the sonic boom pealed past the Parliament. Hurrah, Thune shouted, starting a round of applause that echoed a similar outburst from the picnickers on the mall. Well done, Mac. That's mighty kind, Governor, the AI replied from Thune's compad, hidden somewhere in his vast jacket. I aim to please. Speaking of which, Thune said, heading away from the railing, how close did you come? Peterson freed a hand and pointed after Thune, letting the 2 Marines know they were expected to follow. This time the governor led them to the far end of the ballroom where a group of children, girls with satin bows on their dresses and boys in shiny vests and shoes, packed tight around a circular table topped with cornucopias of fruits and vegetables. A silver hollow projector was centered in the wreath of leafy vines and deep purple grape clusters. On the top stood Mac. "Missed by a mile," the AI said, rubbing the back of his neck with a grimy handkerchief. "Actually, more than 50 kilometers, but I'm sure she'll say something." No doubt, Thune chuckled. "Listen, I'd like you to meet Captain Ponder and Staff Sergeant Johnson, UNSC Marines, here to raise a militia. Mac Agricultural Operations." Mac touched the brim of his cowboy hat, then, nodding toward the balcony as mass driver somewhere beyond, "Same as the Navy's big guns. Just a little less kick. You know," Ponder deadpanned, "there's a reason we only fire those into space." Mass drivers were a relatively simple, cheap solution for boosting objects from a planet's surface into orbit. Typically built on large, flexible gimbals, their linked magnetic loops could be charged, aimed, and fired with very little automation, with a simple computer rather than an AI. But drivers had one major disadvantage: limited throw weight, which meant that while Harvest Driver worked well during the first decade after the colony's funding, when its primary role was to send carefully packaged nuclear waste on a collision course with Epsilon Indi. For a planet to meet its full export potential, it needed to be replaced with a high-capacity lift system, such as the Tiara. Driver technology was alive and well in the Navy, however, in the form of mass accelerator cannons. So-called MAC frigates and cruisers were basically movable mass drivers. Ships designed around the weapon's long electromagnetic coils. The technology was similar to that of the M99 stanchion rifle, but whereas the M99's light semi-ferrous rounds were only a few millimeters long, a MAC slug was more than 10 meters end to end, weighed 160 metric tons, and packed enough punch to penetrate the Navy's thickest titanium A armor plates. "Space," Thune grumbled dismissively. "Those things even make noise in zero-G." "If you're inside a MAC ship when the cannon fires," Ponder raised his hands wide around his head, simulating a deafening boom. "I don't want to know if you're a religious man, Governor, but it's a little like a church bell." "Am I?" the governor beamed. "Lutheran, born and raised," Peterson signed in mock protest. If had known you were going to bring up religion, Captain, as Attorney General, I would have counseled a less contentious topic." "And I was about to tell a story," Mac added, loud enough for all the children to hear. The young crowd cheered as a holographic representation of a bustling Wild Wild West Main Street appeared behind Mac. A group of masked outlaws rushed from a bank, firing their six-shooters and spooking the horses of the passing stagecoach. The children oohed and awed. Mac pulled a sheriff's star out of his hip pocket and pinned it to his chest. "Might want to take sermon to the saloon." "Fine by me," Thune said, clapping Ponder on the shoulder. "Captain?" Ponder stood firm under the force of Thune's blow. "After you, Governor." Before he followed Thune to the ballroom's bar, he asked Peterson, "I gave my staff sergeant strict orders to find himself a dance partner. Know anyone who he might fit in with?" Peterson raised an eager finger. "I have just the one." "I certainly appreciate it," Ponder said. Then to Avery, with a smile, "Good luck, Marine." Before Avery could respond, the captain turned on his heels, and Avery felt Peterson's light touch on his elbow. "Do you know about the driver incident?" the Attorney General asked, leading away from the first shots of the Mac gunfight and the delighted squeals of the children. "Incident, sir? The thing between Mac and Sif?" "No." "Well," Peterson proceeded to explain how, not long after DCS installed SIF in the Tiara, there had been a critical failure in her data center's power supply. This forced her technicians to stop all activity on her strands and risk a load imbalance that would have collapsed the entire system. It had been a serious crisis, and Mac decided to solve it by using the driver to boost a new power supply into orbit. Trying to be as helpful as possible, he shot the component right into the Tiara's number 4 coupling station. It was an incredible accomplishment, but when SIF's technicians restored her power and she learned what Mac had done, how he could have easily obliterated her data center, SIF had not been amused. That's why she isn't here tonight, Peterson concluded, as they stepped out of the ballroom and headed for the balcony. The balcony's calm northeast corner. Why she always comes up with a polite excuse not to attend any celebration that involves a driver's shot. It's too bad, really. I think she could use a bit of fun. That's quite an indictment, Your Honor. A woman's voice rang out from the railing, bringing Peterson to a hasty stop. But Avery had already noticed the woman's many paces back, seen now her diaphanous silver shawl covered only part of her bare back. He slowed his pace to give himself time to remove his dress cap and smooth his burr of hair. My apologies, Miss Alsigny, the Attorney General replied. But I was talking about SIF, the indictment with the driver. Of course. Jillian pushed away from the railing and turned to face the Attorney General. If I remember correctly, my department mandated that you shut the driver down. As I recall, we rejected that mandate on the grounds that it was a breach of the CA Charter, a serious infringement on our already limited sovereignty. The Attorney General winked. But off the record, how could we possibly have given up such a spectacular entertainment? Jillian laughed. I won't argue with you there. I'm sorry, Peterson said hastily. Staff Sergeant Avery Johnson. Representative Jillian Alsigny, DCS. Jillian offered her hand, but Avery hesitated. If she had been wearing a bland DCS uniform, he would have known what to do, take her hand and shake it. But her floor-length silver gown tripped him up. With its empire waist and halter top, she was the very picture of core world vogue. Her black hair was slicked back close to her scalp and tucked behind her ears, and stayed perfectly still, even as a fresh breeze from the mall caught her shawl and rustled it from her soft brown shoulders. Kissing is for politicians, Jillian said, catching her shawl in her eyebrows, or in her elbows, and I'm certainly not that. So Avery shook. Her grip wasn't as strong as the governor's, but not as delicate as her slender arms suggested. If you'll excuse me, Peterson coughed and patted his chest. I need to rescue the Marines commanding officer from a riveting discussion on the trajectory of his immortal soul. Jillian smiled. Do give my best to the governor. Peterson brought his heels together and turned back to the ballroom. Jillian waited for him to disappear into the crowd until she and Avery were alone before she spoke. I tell you to relax, but you don't seem the type. Avery didn't know how to respond to this, but he was given a moment's reprieve thanks to a dancing couple that bumped him in the back, then spun away giggling apologetically. The string quartet had begun a livelier second set. Those guests who hadn't gone indoors to freshen their drinks after the fireworks were now abandoning their idle conversations for the more alluring language of waltz. Jillian retrieved a small clamshell purse dangling from one of her wrists. It was covered with tiny mirrors shaped like fish scales that dazzled Avery's gaze. 48789er TAC 20114 TAC AJ, she said, pulling her compad from the purse and reading from its screen. This is your serial number, correct? Avery's eyes refocused. Yes, ma'am. Suddenly her smile didn't seem so sweet. Team leader, Orion Detachment, NavSpec War Division. With respect, ma'am, that's classified. I know. Avery felt moisture start to pool under his arms. How can I help you, ma'am? Innies are attacking freighters, destroying cargo, killing crew. I need you to stop them. I'm a drill instructor. Colonial militia. Find someone else. Jillian drew a shawl back onto her shoulders. You were AWOL in Chicago, she said matter-of-factly, and under investigation for possible gross misconduct. Avery clenched his jaw. I was cleared of. Given your status, didn't you think it was odd that FleetCom would approve your request for transfer? Avery narrowed his eyes in an intimidating stare. I'll tell you what's odd. Someone from DCS with access to my file. You talking to me like you're my CEO. Jillian raised her compad and turned it so Avery could see her ID picture glowing on its screen. In her official UNSC uniform, Avery thought she looked as beautiful as she did in her gown, but only in the way he considered a well-maintained weapon beautiful, clean, locked tight, and ready to inflict deadly force. A text stamp below her picture clarified her true rank and department affiliation, Lieutenant Commander, ONI Section 3. As of now, I am your commanding officer. Jillian shut off her pad. You can check your attitude, Staff Sergeant, and start following orders, or I will arrange for your immediate transfer back to Trebuchet. There was no anger in her voice, just calm determination. Do I make myself clear? Avery choked on a slowly building rage. At last he knew exactly why he had come to Harvest, as well as who had brought him here. Yes, ma'am. Alsigny dropped her comm into her purse and snapped it shut. Wait for me downstairs. As soon as I collect Staff Sergeant Byrne, we'll be shipping out. Dress rippling behind her, she stepped quickly into the waltzing crowd. Chapter 8. Minor Transgression. Minor Transgression. Reliquary Orbital Path. There would be no surprise this time. Chur Yar had made sure of that. Through the walls of the umbilical, she could see the boxy freighter atmosphere venting out the careful holes she'd made with her own ship's lasers. If any of the aliens were hiding on board, the ship mistress had done all she could to kill them without harming whatever relics lay inside. After the surprise encounter on the last freighter, Chur Yar and the other Kig-Yar had scoured the alien ship, but they found no relics. Even Minor Transgression's luminary had given up and dimmed its glyph. In her frustration, the ship mistress decided to destroy the vessel, obliterate all the evidence of her fruitless transgression. She had considered ordering the Huragok to conduct a more meticulous search, but as fast as the creature worked, she didn't want to remain in the same place for very long in case the alien it had killed had somehow managed to call for help without triggering the ship's sensors. And besides, the Deacon, her only means of communicating with the Huragok, was an emotional wreck, totally useless after his close call. As infuriating as his cowardice was, Chur Yar had let him malinger in the methane suite. She needed her crew focused on the task at hand, not distracted by the new interesting ways to torment the Deacon. Read yourselves, the shipmates clattered as the umbilical finished its burn through the vessel's hull. Zar and the two other male Kig-Yar were bunched together before her, as close as their pressure suits allowed. Built for external maintenance rather than combat, these suits were bulky and unwieldy. A necessary inconvenience given the lack of breathable air inside the freighter. Chur Yar knew her crewmen were uncomfortable, Zar especially. The suit helmets didn't allow the male's spiny combs much room to flex, and her chosen mate was fully flushed, eager to prove his worth. The umbilical ceased its fractional forward movement, and Zar's head twisted sideways as he checked to make sure the seal was secure. After me, he clacked. Gloved claws wrapped tight around the crystal cutlass, he sprang through the wavering energy barrier that served as an umbilical airlock. The shipmistress gripped her pistol tight and followed the other males through. The first thing Chiriyar noticed inside the hold was the lack of gravity, floating half her height above the floor. She realized her laser fire must have hit an essential part. She rattled her teeth with annoyance as she watched Czar and the others work to find purchase on the floor's grooved metal panels. The crewmen had been overeager. Now they were scrambling about like fools in a mocking glare of the hold's red emergency lights. "Calm yourselves," the shipmistress hissed into her helmet signal unit. Then, as she secured herself on the umbilical's protruding tip, moved towards the boxes. The hold was filled with the same plastic containers as the first freighter, though it was nearly as tightly packed. The boxes were stacked in low piles, spaced evenly apart. It would take time to search each one, especially in zero gravity. Chiriyar hissed angrily to herself. The best way to speed the process up is to get the deacon to instruct the Huragox to find and fix the anti-grav unit she had unintentionally destroyed. But just as she twisted around to head back through the energy barrier, she felt something sharp and hot tear through the neck of her pressure suit, slicing her scaly skin. Felt the vibration of more projectiles ricochet off the hold's wall. Her suit automatically closed around the two small punctures, venting some of her violet blood in a globular spray. "Retreat," she shouted to her crew. "Back to the ship." The shipmistress didn't know her attacker's location, but she knew it had her firmly in its sights. Without looking to see if Czar and the others were in any position to follow, she thrust herself back inside the umbilical. Avery had to hand it to the lieutenant commander, Al Signy. The woman could plan an op. Her carefully disguised sloop, Walk of Shame, had been filled with a small arsenal of weapons, some of which Avery had never seen before. He and Byrne had both selected what Al Signy referred to as a battle rifle, a prototype long-barreled weapon with an optical scope. The two staff sergeants had thought the rifle's combination of range and accuracy would be a good fit for the long sightlines between the stacks of boxes in the cargo container. But that was before they knew they were going to end up floating high above the container's floor. When the freighter had been shot through with lasers and lost its gravity, Avery and Byrne had been shocked to say the least. Fortunately, the lieutenant commander had outfitted them with bulky black vacuum suits and helmets with clear visors. When the bright tip of some sort of boring device punched through the hull, the two staff sergeants had pushed off their hiding places behind the boxes for marginally better cover of the metal support girdering the freighter's upper hull. Avery's firm grip on his battle rifle trigger, the crosshairs of the weapon's scope, were locked on the fourth alien, just now emerging from the shimmering field. Yes, the lieutenant commander could plan an op, he thought, but she hadn't planned for this. In their permissions briefing, in an empty welcome wagon from Utgard up to the Tiara, Al Signy had told Avery and Byrne about a recent insurrectionist victory on Epsilon Eridanus, one that had been informed of even with their top-level clearances, about the same time as the two staff sergeants were struggling to take down the bomber in the restaurant on Tribute. The Innies had hit a luxury liner, National Holiday, as it waited above the planet Reach. This ship was just completing its load-in of more than 1,500 civilian passengers on chartered tour to Arcadia, a colony famous for its recreational amenities, when the pair of unarmed orbital taxis struck. The liner's captain had assumed the taxis were simply carrying late-arriving passengers when they failed to comply with the docking commands. The captain had initiated evasive maneuvers, tried to deflect what he thought was a minor impact But the amount of explosives the innies had packed into the taxis not only tore National Holiday into two, but also burned away the hull paint of every ship in the 2-kilometer radius. The two staff sergeants had listened soberly to a recording of Jillian's compad of the captain's final words, heard how the former naval fighter pilot had calmly directed other ships out of his crippled liner's path, even as it dropped into Reach's atmosphere, bodies billowing from its breached staterooms, and began to burn. So far, Jillian had explained Oni had managed to keep things under wraps, successfully spinning the innies hit as a tragic accident. Partly, this was because the attack was so audacious. This was the first time that the insurrectionists had hit a non-terrestrial target. And not only that, they'd done it above Reach, the epicenter of the UNSC power in Epsilon Eridanus. Even though the innies claimed responsibility for the horrific loss of life, most people were too fearful to believe the rebels' claim. If they could lash out in plain view of the UNSC fleet, what was stopping them from hitting targets in other systems as well? Sol, for example, or even Harvest. According to Jillian, FleetCom had made it crystal clear there was no more national holidays. Oni went on high alert, and as soon as Section 3 got word of a freighter missing in Epsilon Indy, they'd authorized her to conduct a covert investigation. Just in case she needed to take exceptional action, Alcigny's superiors had ordered her to recruit Avery and Byrne. "Ma'am, we've got hostiles in the hold," Avery whispered into his helmet mic. "Take them out," Alcigny's reply was curt. Avery was supposed to maintain radio silence. "They aren't innies. Clarify." Avery took a deep breath. "They're aliens." He watched as the first three creatures that had come barreling through the barrier struggled to get hand and footholds, studied their long bony beaks and large bloodshot eyes through their clear helmets. Kind of like lizards without the tails. There was a pause as Jillian, holding station in Walk of Shames some 200 kilometer distant from the freighter, considered Avery's words, but the staff sergeant knew it wouldn't be long before one of the aliens looked up and saw them lurking in the shadows between the beams. "Ma'am, I need orders," Avery persisted. "Try and take one alive," Alcigny replied, "but don't let any escape, over." "Roger that." Avery hugged his battle rifle close. He hadn't had time to fire the weapon. He hopes its 9.5mm high-penetrating rounds would be sufficient to puncture the aliens' iridescent suits. "Byrne, get set." Avery glanced at the other staff sergeant positioned between a pair of beams to his left. "I'm firing on the leader." He assumed the leader was the alien nearest to the shimmering hole in the hull. It seemed more composed than the others, and also carried an obvious weapon, a silver C-shaped pistol with green energy glowing between the tips. Avery hoped taking down the leader would make the other aliens, now splayed firmly on the floor, more eager to surrender. He took a breath and fired. In zero gravity, the recoil from the BR's 3-round burst was more pronounced than Avery had anticipated. 2 of his shots went wide, and the recoil slammed him back against the hull. He watched his wounded target disappear back through the glowing barrier. Avery cursed himself for not bracing more firmly against the beams, but this was the first experience with zero-G combat. He could only hope the aliens were similarly experienced. So far, it hadn't looked to be the case. Avery did his best to steady his arm as the 3 remaining aliens pushed off from the floor and rocketed towards him in a loose triangular formation. The one in the lead had a bigger helmet, and Avery could see through his scope that it also had the longest spines. Fleshy red spines compressed against its head, but Byrne had acquired the same target. He fired first and sent the alien spinning to Avery's right. Avery didn't have time to adjust his aim before one of the trailing aliens slammed into him, slashing with some sort of crystal knife. He parried the knife with the barrel of his rifle as their helmets clacked together. Avery's helmet began to shake,
Now
and
drink
for a moment,
your drink.
he thought the visor was about to shatter. Then he looked the alien square in the face and realized the vibrations were simply the transference of the creature's silent, livid screams. Avery had pinned the creature's knife against one of the beams. The weapon was energized, gleamed with internal pink fire. He was certain it would make short work of his vacuum suit, not to mention the flesh beneath. With its free hand, the alien began clawing at Avery's neck and shoulders, but its gloves were bulky and it couldn't do any real damage. Avery reached down and unholstered an M6 pistol he'd selected from Al Signy's arsenal. Before the alien could react, he put 4 quick rounds in the underside of its elongated helmet. Near the base of its bony jaw, the alien's head bursted apart, painting the inside of the helmet a very vivid violet color. Avery pushed the alien back down towards the floor of the container as Byrne opened fire to his left, but Byrne was also having difficulty recovering from his first shot, and the third alien hit him right in the gut, knocking his battle rifle loose. As the weapon rebounded off of the hull and went spinning out of reach, the alien dove its knife into Byrne's left thigh. The alien must have thought it only needed to puncture Byrne's suit in order to kill him, and it might have succeeded were it not for the suit's compartmentalized designs. As Byrne pulled the knife from his leg, a hole filled with yellow sealant foam, the alien flailed its arms. Avery thought to try and dive the knife back in, but as the weapon began to pulse with rosy light, he realized the creature was actually trying to escape an impending detonation. "Lose the blade," Avery shouted. "It's gonna blow." Byrne sunk the knife into the alien's midsection and kicked it back out of the way into the direction it had come. The creature pulled frantically at the blade, but Byrne had driven it too deep. A split second later, it blew apart into a bright pink flash. Tiny wet shards flecked Avery's visor like slushy snow. "Thanks," Byrne grunted over the comm, "but I'd put a few more in that one if I were you." Avery looked to his right. The first alien Byrne had shot had managed to wrap an arm around the cross brace further down the ceiling and stop its lateral motion. The thing had its hand cocked in Avery's direction and was staring at him with one unblinking eye. Byrne's burst had caught its free arm below the shoulder, but the alien had managed to keep hold of its knife and was preparing to make a throw. Avery put the creature's torso square in the pistol's V-shaped iron sights. He could see its fleshy spines engorged with dark blood. The alien opens its jaws, baring razor-sharp teeth. "Nice to meet you too," Avery frowned. Then he emptied the M6 12-round clip into the center of the alien's chest. The impacts unhooked its arm and sent it tumbling forward towards the far end of the cargo container. "I'm going after the other one." Avery planted his boots firmly against the hull. "I'll back you up," Byrne volunteered. Avery shot Byrne a serious stare. "If that blade sliced an artery, the foam isn't going to hold. Stay put. I'll be right back." With that, he pushed off towards the barrier. "Johnson," Jillian said, "you got 10 minutes. Avery completed her sentence. "Before I shoot the alien ship with you in it." He knew Walk of Shame was equipped with a single Archer missile, a ship-to-ship weapon capable of crippling all but the largest vessels in the human fleet. The lieutenant commander had told him he would use it to shoot what they had all thought would be an insurrectionist ship if it tried to escape. Avery knew it would be even more important to stop an alien ship, for if this one got away, it would most certainly return with reinforcements. "If I'm not back in 5, Avery replied, "I'm not coming back." Then he passed through the barrier. Avery wasn't expecting gravity, but he managed to perform an ugly duck and roll and rise up with his rifle at the ready. Aiming straight down the semi-transparent tube, he could see the full hooked profile of the alien ship. Avery tried not to think about how many more of the aliens might be on board. There was no cover inside the umbilical, and if the creatures poured into the tube, he would be a goner. Avery fast walked forward, and a few minutes later he was posting beside another fluctuating field. As far as Avery could tell, the first barrier hadn't done any harm to him, though he couldn't say the same for his comm. He tried to contact Byrne and Alsigny, but their secure channel was all static. All alone against an alien ship, Avery thought. Taking a few calm breaths, he knew if he thought about the situation any longer, he would lose initiative and quite possibly his nerve. Weapon shouldered, he stepped through the second barrier. This time he noticed his skin tingle, and he felt the field compress the flexible fabric of his suit. A short passage beyond led to a wider corridor, bathed in purple lights. Avery scanned left and counted 20 meters to the bulkhead. He noted recessed doors spaced 5 meters away, sealed compartments, built for what Avery could only guess. He scanned right and saw what appeared to be a giant worm tied to a bunch of dirty pink balloons. Turn a corner, and at the end of the corridor, a different kind of alien. Avery wondered. Suddenly, he saw movement to his left. As he leapt across the corridor into one of the recessed doorways, plasma scorched the air behind him. Turning around, he watched a salvo of soaring green bolts rake across the corridor. The metal boiled and buckled like shells of beetles trapped under a burning log. Avery wasn't about to stick his head out. Instead, he angled his battle rifle around the corner of the alcove and fired until the 60-round mag was dry. The hostile fire had stopped. Avery hoped he'd hit his target, not just driven it into a corner. Of course, there was only one way to find out. He pulled his rifle back and swapped magazines. Then he counted to 3 and pivoted into the corridor. The first place Churiyar went was the bridge. From there, she could disconnect the umbilical and power up her ship's engine, escape before any of her attackers came on board. But as she pulled off her helmet and removed the awkward gloves, she realized all of her plans were scuttled. The air inside the bridge was ripe with the Hurgok's gaseous emissions, and the circuits connecting the luminary to the minor transgressions signal circuits had been repaired. As she stalked toward the pyramidal device, she saw it was transferring a full report of all of the alien world relics back to the Ministry of Tranquility. "Deacon," she hissed, "traitor!" But oddly enough, at this moment of betrayal, the first thing Churiyar felt was sadness. She had come so close to her prize that she could almost feel the soft walls of her nest, the warm clutch of her eggs beneath her legs, and the little Kikyar growing inside that would have carried on her bloodline. She enjoyed these imagined sensations until she was overwhelmed with the desire of revenge. When the methane suit proved empty, Churiyar knew there was only one place the Ungoi could be: Minor Transgressions escape pod. But as she exited the suite and saw the black-suited alien emerge from the passage leading to the umbilical, the shipmistress realized, to her extreme disappointment, that even vengeance might be beyond her grasp. If the alien was on board the ship, her crewmen were dead. With their help, she might have been able to fight past the alien to the pod in her ship's stern. Now her success depended on her own speed and cunning, but these were much reduced. The calluses across her shoulders were now stiff that she had a difficult time bringing a plasma pistol to bear. By the time she had it up and firing, the alien had dived now for cover. As she considered how best to drive the alien back into the open, she saw fiery flashes. Projectiles tore through her abdomen and clipped her spine. Another shot shattered her left knee. But by then, she no longer had any feeling below the waist. Blood leaking from her holes, her overtaxed suit could only partially fill. She slumped sideways against the corridor walls. The shipmistress' hands felt impossibly heavy, but she managed to raise her pistol into her lap and check its charge. Less than a third of its energy remained, not enough to stop the alien when it came out of hiding, but enough to do what needed to be done. She reached up and palmed the switch to the methane suit's airlock. As its outer door slid open, she used what was left in her strength to aim her pistol and depress its trigger. As the weapon built up, a powerful overcharged bolt sufficient to burn through the airlock's inner door, more projectiles tore through her chest, knocking her back and onto the floor. The lights above the ship mistress dimmed as the alien approached, but despite the spasms racking her arms, she waited to release the trigger until the thing looked into her eyes. She watched it glance at her weapon to the airlock. She waited until it flinched, an indication it understood the fate she had chosen for it. "This is my ship," she hissed, "and I shall go down with it what I wish." Her claw slid off the trigger, and the bright green ball of plasma hit the inner door with a sizzling crackle. As the bolt penetrated the suite, it ignited the ambient methane, starting a chain reaction that quickly claimed the tank recharge station embedded in the suite's wall. The alien scrambled back towards the umbilical, but the station's compressor exploded into the corridor, knocking its helmeted head against the opposite side of the passage. The alien fell to the floor, unconscious. Cheriar's tongue flicked weakly against her teeth, a measure of vengeance at least. As the last of her blood pumped out of her body, the methane suite's ruined airlock burst open and a rolling fireball consumed her. Dab felt the blast before he heard it. A sudden tremor in the side of the escape pod, followed by a muffled boom. He whined with terror as a series of small explosions rocketed the pod in its cradle. What was keeping the Huragok? The Deacon had been very clear that they had barely any time to execute their plan. When all the Kikyar were in the umbilical, Dab had trotted out of the methane suite with a spare tank, while Lighter Than Some headed to the bridge with his true accounting for Luminations and his explanation of the Cheriar's heresy. But before Dab could return for another tank, he heard the ship mistress warning her crew over the signal unit and had remained holed up in the pod. Now he heard the whistle of air in the circular shaft connecting the pod to the Minor Transgression's main corridor and knew the ship was venting atmosphere. He didn't want to leave the Huragok behind, but he would have to close their pod's hatch or risk explosive decompression. The whistling came to an abrupt stop as Lighter Than Some dropped down the shaft and squeezed into the pod. "Is something wrong?" the Huragok asked, catching sight of the Deacon's panicked gaze. "You late," Dab signed, slamming his fist into the pod's command console to close the hatch. "Well, we couldn't have gone anywhere without these." Dab groaned as Lighter Than Some revealed the cause of its delay: the luggage it had stopped to retrieve from the methane suite. In its tentacles, it held all three of the intelligent boxes, 2 from the freighter's command cabins and 1 from the giant machine in its second freighter's hold. "Why so important?" Dab signed with leaden hands. Closing the hatch had automatically triggered the pod's stasis field, a thickening of the air that would keep its occupants safely immobilized as the pod blew away from the Kikyard ship at high speed. "Didn't I tell you?" the Huragok explained, releasing the trio of boxes into the field. They remained frozen together in midair. "I've taught them to talk to each other." For the first time, Dab noticed the sides of the box's casings had been removed to expose their circuits. Some of these were joined together in a web of communicative pathways. "Prophets be merciful," he wailed to himself. Then he fingered a flashing hollow switch in the center of the console, and the pod shot free of its cradle. Viewed from the distance, the compact cylinder was barely visible as it rocketed away from the Minor Transgression. The pod was one of many pieces of debris cast off by the dying ship, and an observer would scarcely have registered it against the surrounding darkness until it activated its jump drive and vanished into the rippling flash of light. Jenkins sighted downrange, sweat beading now on his eyebrow. lying prone, left arm straight against the MA5 sling. The 300-meter target was easy pickings. 5 rounds, 5 hits, Jenkins grinned. Yesterday, he never held a weapon before. Today, he couldn't put it down. When he and the other recruits had woken this morning, neither staff sergeant had returned from out guard. Captain Ponder offered no explanation. Simply busied the 2 platoons with policing trash around the garrison and other make-work tasks. In Burns' absence, he sent Jenkins, Forcell, Wick, and Anderson to the range to start their training, trusting their safety to the range computer. The computer was wirelessly linked to the new recruits' weapons and could lock their triggers any time, but mostly the machine gruffly called out hits and misses in a comical approximation of a drill instructor's voice. Wick and Anderson had racked up perfunctory scores and then returned to the barracks. Neither had joined the militia to learn how to shoot. Wick's father owned Harvest's biggest import-export concern. Anderson was the commissioner of the colony's commodities exchange. Both lived in Utgard and were equally disdainful of the farms that enabled their family's prosperity. They wanted to leave Harvest for a core world career in the CA or DCS. Had thought militia service would be nice padding for the resume. Jenkins also saw the militia as his ticket off of Harvest, a way to escape the thousands of acres of grain that he, as the eldest of 3 children, was destined to inherit. Farming wasn't a bad future, but it wasn't very interesting one either. And that's why, even though the staff sergeant scared the hell out of him, Jenkins very much wanted to be them, a real soldier, not because of any deep-seated patriotism, but because of the imagined adventures of a life in the UNSC Marine Corps. His parents would never forgive him if he skipped college to enlist, but with a record of militia service, he'd be a shoo-in for officer candidate school after graduation. His record wouldn't look very good at all if he didn't know how to shoot, so after Wick and Anderson's departure, he had remained at the range with Forcell. Jenkins' first impression of the tall, quiet recruit that Forcell had significantly more brawn than brains quickly changed. When Jenkins had trouble zeroing his rifle, ensuring its accuracy by adjusting the sights for elevation and windage, Forcell had offered to help. When Jenkins' shots were astray, Forcell gave him good advice on how to bring them back in line. And when Jenkins asked Forcell how he knew so much about shooting, the thick-necked, blonde-haired recruit looked out at the rustling beyond the wheat, the farthest targets, and said, "I just watch the wind." So Jenkins started to watch as well, and soon the 2 recruits were matching bullseye for bullseye. They spent the rest of the day ribbing each other for misses, congratulating hits, impersonating the gruff range computer that was too simple-minded to object, and then the fun continued until Captain Ponder appeared late afternoon, packing an M6 pistol and multiple boxes of cartridges. Jenkins tried not to stare as the captain began to target practice, but he couldn't help but notice that the captain seemed rusty, that his prosthetic arm had a hard time keeping his weapon steady. At one point, Ponder dropped the magazine and fumbled to catch it before it clattered onto the range slatted wood floor. But soon enough, he was shooting nice tight groups in 50-meter targets and swapping magazines with absolute precision. Jenkins and Forcell ran out of ammo long before the captain, but they waited patiently for him to finish, safe his weapon, and then check their scores on the range computer display. "Recruit, that's a sharpshooter performance." Jenkins felt his clean cheeks flush. "Thank you, sir." Then he worked up the courage to speak freely. "When I get out of school, I'd like to join the Marines, get a chance to shoot for real." Jenkins trailed off, his eager smile fading before the captain's stony stare said, "I'm sorry, sir." "No, that's good spirit," Ponder said, resisting the urge to glance skyward towards the new threat he knew would come. "You want to shoot, you'll get your chance." He didn't have the heart to add a whole lot sooner than you think. Part 2. Chapter 9. Covenant Holy City, High Charity, 23rd Age of Doubt. The Minister of Fortitude had smoked too much. He rarely partook in stimulants. The powerful hookah tobaccos flavored by his senior staff, but the previous night's conclave had dragged on, and he needed something to keep himself awake during the statistic-heavy discussion. Now the minister's head was seized with a terrible, retributive ache. Never again, he vowed, narrowing his heavy-lidded eyes and massaging his long, lateral neck. If only the cleric would hurry up and finish his remedy. Like most Covenant technology, the San Shayun's cleric's herbal synthesizer was hidden behind a natural facade. In this case, the polished onyx walls of his cell. The mottled stony work shone in the light of a single hologram high above a canopy of diamond-shaped leaves and rustled in a simulated breeze. A zinc counter stretched across the cell and was built high enough to accommodate the fact that both San Shayun, like every other mature member of their species, sat in an anti-gravity chair high above the floor. "It is done," the cleric said, removing the agate-colored sphere from the synthesizer's delivery tube. Cupping the sphere in his long, thin fingers, he turned his stone chair back towards the counter, placed the sphere in a black marble mortar, and tapped it with the matching pestle. The sphere shattered, giving off a whiff of peppermint, and exposing a collection of leaves and small berries. As the cleric started grinding, Fortitude sat a little straighter in his silver chair's plump crimson cushions and breathed in the medicinal smells. The older San Shayun, withered arms twisted inside of the woolen shift as he worked the ingredients into a rough powder, an effort that shook the sparse white hairs that hung from his pale neck like the mane of an old, bedraggled horse. The minister's light brown skin was, by comparison, completely denuded. The only hair on his body curled from a darker wattle beneath his salamandrine lips. But even those hairs were closely trimmed. This careful grooming, combined with bright red robes that flowed over the minister's knees to his gnarled feet, was evidence he did not share the cleric's asceticism, a style of worship that advocated extreme humility in the presence of Forerunner technology, such as the synthesizer. And yet, the minister mused, already staring to feel some relief just from the remedy sent, when the great journey begins, we will all walk the path together. This direct quote from the Covenant scripture summarized the faith's core promise. Those who showed appropriate reverence for the Forerunners and their sacred creations would inevitably share a mode of transcendence, would journey beyond the boundaries of the known universe, just as the Forerunners had many ages ago. Promised godhood was a message with broad appeal, and all were welcome to join the Covenant, so long as they accepted the San Shayun's sole authority to investigate and distribute holy relics. Although the Covenant was focused on the hereafter, its member species still had moral desires for wealth, power, and prestige, all of which the right of the Forerunner technology could provide. It was the Ministry of Fortitude's responsibility to balance all of these competing wants, to decide, simply put, who got what. And it was the latest round in an ongoing effort that had left its leader with such a terrific headache. Just as the noise of the pestle started to grate on the tympanic slits of the back of on the back of Fortitude's skull, the cleric emptied his mortar onto a square of white cloth and spread it on the counter. Let it steep as long as you like, the longer the better, of course. The cleric tied the prescription into a sachet and pushed it gently across the counter. Blessings be your day, Minister," he said with a sympathetic smile. "I shall step forward," Fortitude grimaced, "though today a bit more delicately than usual." As the minister swept the prescription into his lap, he made a mental note to scan it before brewing. Given the controversial nature of his work, assassinations was always a possibility, and unremitting caution a requirement of his office. Fortitude drummed his fingers against panels in the orange on blue holograph. The switches were built into the throne's rounded arms, giving the device a new destination. The throne pivoted smartly away from the counter and accelerated through the cell's triangular entry hall. Running lights winked in the darkly mirrored stone as the chair turned a quick series of corners and exited into High Charity's majestic interior. Viewed from a distance, the Covenant capital city was reminiscent of a jellyfish adrift in the midnight sea. Its single large dome topped a massive chunk of rock honeycombed with hangar bays and carefully shielded weapons platforms. The long semi-grid umbilicals trailed beyond the rocky base, where countless ships were docked, like so many stunned fish, commercial vessels mainly, but also the enormous cruisers and carriers of High Charity's defensive fleet. Despite the size of dozens of warships, could have still fit inside the dome, which was so spacious it was difficult to see from one side to the other, especially in the early hours of the cycle, when the air was thick with cyan banks of fog. In addition to serving as the Covenant's spacefaring capital, High Charity was also home to the large populations of each of its species, all rubbing shoulders here. And this concentration of psychologies created a cosmopolitan atmosphere unique to the Covenant's other habitats. The airspace inside the dome was thick with creatures coming and going for their employment. A twice-daily commute triggered by the brightening and dimming of the luminous disk set at the apex of the dome, the city's artificial star. Fortitude squinted as the disk slowly maximized its intensity, revealing a ring of towers stretching around the dome. Each of the twisting spires was held aloft by the anti-grav units that were many orders of magnitude more powerful than the one in the minister's Fortitude chair. Although some towers were more subdued, such as the one that had held the cleric's cell, all of them shared the same basic structure. Spikes of volcanic rock from the city's base shot through with metal supports and covered with plates of decorative alloys. Now, the morning had come. It was easier to pick out individuals in the commuting swarm. Ungoi packed together on hulking barges, San Shayum in chairs similar to Fortitude's, and here and there, strapped into sleek antigrav packs, tall and muscular Sankhili. These blue-skinned, shark-eyed warriors were the San Shayum protectors, though this had not always been so. Both the San Shayun and the Singhili had evolved on planets rich in Forerunner relics. Both species believed these highly advanced pieces of technology were deserving of worship. Clear evidence of the Forerunner divine powers, but only the San Shayun had been bold enough to dismantle some of the relics and use them to make practical objects of their own design. To the Sankhili, this was blasphemy, but the San Shayum still believed there was no sin in searching for greater wisdom, and moreover, were convinced that such investigation was critical to discovering how to follow in the footsteps of the gods. This fundamental difference in the practical application of religious ethics sparked a long and bloody war between the two. Soon after the two species made contact on the disputed reliquary world inside of Sanghili-occupied systems. In terms of ships and soldiers, the Sanghili started the fight with a distinct numerical advantage. There were also better warriors, stronger and faster, more disciplined. In the straight-up infantry clash, one Sangheili was worth at least 10 Sanshayum. With most of the fighting taking place in space and the ship-to-ship, however, the Sanshayum had their own advantages. A single semi-operable Forerunner dreadnought that decimated the Sangheili fleets with hit-and-run tactics. For a very long time, the Sangheili took their knocks, ignoring the obvious fact that victory would require committing the sins of their enemy, desecrating their own relics and using them to improve their weapons and warships, arms and armor. Not surprisingly, millions of Sangheili died before the proud and hidebound species decided abnegation was preferable to obliteration. With heavy hearts, their warrior priests began their work, eventually assuming a fleet capable of fighting the Sanshayum and their dreadnought to a standstill. As devastating as this decision was to most Sangheili, the wisest of their leaders knew they hadn't sinned so much as have finally come to terms with their own desire for deeper understanding of the literal articles of their faith. And for their part, the Sanshayun had to make their own painful admission. If there were other creatures as dangerous and dogged as the Sangheili in the galaxy, their chances of survival would be greatly increased if they allied with these enemies. Had the Sangheili watched their backs while they were about their holy work. Thus the Covenant was born, a union fraught with mutual suspicion, but given a good chance of success by clear division of labor codified with the writ of union, the treaty that officially ended the conflict. Now the Covenant was Covenant's most important pieces of scripture. The writ began. So full of hate were our eyes that none of us could see. Our war would yield countless dead, but never victory. So let us cast our arms aside and like discard our wrath. Thou in faith will keep us safe whilst we find the path. The treaty was formalized, and the decommissioning of the dreadnought, the ancient vessel was stripped of all of its weapons, or at least all the Sanshayun knew that it possessed, and permanently installed in the center of High Charity, then partially constructed dome. Fortitude was not as devout as the other prophets. He believed in the great journey, to be sure, but by vocation he was more technocrat than theologian. And yet, as the minister rose through the pocket of less crowded air, he could help but feel a rush of spiritual invigoration as the dreadnought's grand tripodal frame began to glimmer in the morning lights. More than any other piece of abandoned Forerunner technology, this ship typified its makers, technology and mastery. The dreadnought's engines, for example, were so efficient that even the Sanshayun had only ever managed to bring them partially online. They still generated more than enough power to sustain the entirety of High Charity. Fortitude knew there were many more secrets hidden in the computational pathways that spread throughout the vessel's hull. Soon he hoped the Sanshayun priests responsible for the dreadnought exploration would unlock them all. For as preoccupied as Fortitude was with managing his ministry's vast bureaucracy, part of his mind was still gripped with the same question all the other Covenant had. How exactly had the Forerunners accomplished their transcendence? And how might mere mortals do the same? A sudden wail of anti-gravity generators and subsequent shrill cries of protest drew the minister's gaze upward. One of the Ungoi barges had failed to give way to a Sanshayun commuting ring, forcing its constituent chairs to break apart. Similar rings were in motion all around the dome, ascending and descending up and down the towers. Junior Sanshayun raided the least powerful chairs and traveled in rings of 20 or more, packed arm to arm to maximize the ring's antigrav field. Senior ministry staffers might manage rings as small as 7. And the sophistication of vice ministers' chairs made it possible for them to commute in trios. But only full ministers such as Fortitude had units rated sufficiently powerful for individual flight. For the moment, Fortitude thought he too might have to swerve to avoid the plummeting barge, but High Charity's flight control circuits had already corrected their mistakes, properly identified the minister's rank, and forced the barge to take evasive actions. It dipped precipitously to one side, causing its Ungoy passengers to cling tightly to the other, or risk plummeting to their deaths. Soaring past without even the slightest bobble in his chair, Fortitude noticed that the barge was so crowded with some of the Ungoy had been forced to sit with their stubby legs dangling over the low gunwales. A capacity violation for sure. As the barge leveled off and continued its barely controlled fall to the still foggy methane-rich districts of the dome's floor, Fortitude's indication that the Ungoy were once again reproducing beyond legal limits. Overpopulation was a constant concern for the Covenant, given how many of its creatures lived on the ships or other spaces-based habitats. The Ungoy were especially prodigious breeders. And while this benefited the Covenant military roles, it was also the case that the only thing that put an appreciable dent in their numbers was war. In times of peace and without prosperity, without proper oversight, the Ungoy's inherent lack of reproductive restraint had proven to be quite dangerous. As a junior staffer of the Ministry of Concert, the institution tasked with the arbitration of interspecies disputes, Fortitude had handled a case that dealt directly with this issue, uncovered a scandal that resulted in the dismissal of the ministry's leadership, and taught them a valuable lesson about the fragility of the Covenant. How easy it was to grow complacent without various species' petty squabbles, and how quickly the complacency might lead to disaster. The case involved a complaint by an Ungoy distillers union that faulty atmospheric controls aboard the Kikyar merchant vessels had tainted multiple batches of infusions. Recreational narcotics Ungoy added to their portable methane supplies. At first glance, the dispute seemed trivial, which was undoubtedly why it ended up on Fortitude's docket. But as he delved deeper, he discovered that the contamination had resulted in widespread Ungoy sterility. At the time of the case, the Covenant had passed many peaceful ages, and a growing Ungoy population had put pressure on the habitats they shared with the Kigyar. Strained at the best of all times, relations between the two species took turns for the worst as female Kikyar were displaced from their nests, relocations that stressed incubation cycles and caused the spike in Kikyar's infant mortality. Fortitude advised his superiors that the tainting of the infusion was bold vigilantism, an attempt by radical Kikyar shipmasters who believed that Ungoy births were causing Kikyar deaths to mete out their own justice. Much to Fortitude's surprise, the Minister of Concert chose not to impose any of his recommended stiff penalties. Fines were assessed and damages paid, but the guilty shipmasters avoided imprisonment. Indeed, after making repairs to their vessels and providing they were safe, the ministry allowed them back into service. Fortitude held no special place in his heart for Ungoy, but a strong sense that justice had not been served had led him to lodge a formal complaint. His superiors rebuffed him, arguing that a few thousand impotent Ungoy wasn't worth doing anything that might inflame the Kikyar's endemic autonomous urge. The Ungoy would soon recoup their losses. Fortitude's superior had concluded. And in the meantime, any junior who cared about the progress of his career would have otherwise to shut his lips. No one had known that the infusion incident, as it came to be known, was the most important of many grievances that precipitated the Ungwe Rebellion, a civil war that ushered in the Covenant's 39th age of conflict and brought about a radical reconstruction of the Covenant armed forces. In the short but hasty fight that resulted in the near raising of the Ungwe home world, the creatures provided that properly motivated, they were vicious fighters, honoring a tradition of welcoming the best of their defeated foes into their ranks. The same Sangheili commanders that crushed the rebellion were quick to forgive the surviving Ungwe fighters. They gave them the better training and weapons and integrated them into formally all Sangheili units. Actions that elevated the methane breathers from cannon fodder to component infantry. Some Sanshayum had lingering doubts about the Ungwe's loyalty, but the writ of union was very clear. Security matters were the Sangheili responsibility, and if the prophets had learned anything about keeping their prideful protectors happy, it was the importance of letting them preserve as many of their pre-covenant traditions as possible. Even in his youth, Fortitude had understood that while something like the Ungwe Rebellion might temporarily destabilize the Covenant, a Sangheili revolt would shatter it. A vertical line of triangular holographic symbols flashed above one of Fortitude's armrests, jarring him from his thoughts. The symbols were letters from the Covenant's common written language, and he immediately recognized the names they announced. Whatever you must say, Vice Minister, Fortitude pressed one of his throne switches to accept the incoming signal. Endeavor to keep your voice low. The symbols dispersed, and in their place, a Sanshayum appeared in miniature. Even in holographic form, it was easy to see that the Vice Minister of Tranquility was many ages Fortitude's junior. His skin was darker, more brown and tan, and his waddle wasn't heavy enough to have him sag all the way into his chin. Two of the fleshy balls hung from the corners of his mouth. These were pierced with golden loops, a rakish affection popular with the male Sanshayum, who had not yet committed to a single mate. Is it too early? The Vice Minister sat far forward in his cushionless chair, his fingers wrapped tightly around its dull metal armrest. I would have called last evening, were it not for the conclave. Tranquility paused, his large glassy eyes almost bursting from his head. Then, in a jumbled failure of propriety, I wonder if this morning, now, in fact, it would be possible to meet and discuss something of vital. Fortitude cut the Vice Minister off with an impatient wave. I haven't checked my schedule, but I'm sure it's quite full. I will be brief, you have my word. Tranquility persisted. In fact, it's not as much what I have to say as what I have to show you. His fingers drummed against the chair's armrest, and his image was suddenly replaced by a single Forerunner glyph. Illumination, Fortitude realized. His slumped shoulders stiffening with shock. Unlike the triangular symbols, the sacred glyphs weren't used in everyday discourse. Indeed, some were so hallowed, the concepts they represented so powerful that their usage was strictly prescribed. And the one this idiot had just flashed for all to see, Fortitude cursed, was the most sacred and dangerous of all. In my chambers immediately, Fortitude slammed his palm onto his chair, blacking the glyph and ending the conversation. He resisted the urge to max his chair's acceleration, knowing this would only draw more attention. Massaging his throbbing head now, he continued his steady counterclockwise ascent to the Ministry Tower, arriving a short while later at the broad vestibule of the upper floor. Fortitude wasn't in the habit of socializing with his staff, and now he paid them even less consideration than usual. They didn't stop their show of difference, however, and Fortitude had to carve his way through his kowtowing juniors, feeble chairs, expending what little patience he had on common courtesies. The vestibule channeled into a large gallery, lined with the hallways leading off to the staffers' work clusters. In between these exits floated slightly more than life-size statues of Fortitude's predecessors. These were carved from the stones quarried from High Charity's rocky base and dressed in holographic robes, so that scrolled with some robes that scrolled with symbolic histories of their wearers, many notable accomplishments. On the far side of the gallery was a vertical shaft guarded by two Sangheli in the distinctive bright white armor of one of their most elite combat units, the Lights of Sanghelios, Helios for short, a reference to the globular cluster of stars near the species' home system. Fortitude could hear the Helios energy staves crackle as he neared the shaft, but the guards didn't so much as twitch their four jagged mandibles as the minister glided between them, peering out from the visors of their swept-back helmets. The Helios' dark eyes remained locked on the vestibule, the most likely avenue of attack. The minister wasn't offended. He hadn't chosen the Helios for their manners, and despite their stone-faced demeanor, he knew why. He knew that they would gladly give their lives for his. The shaft quickly tapered, such that a few of the levels above the gallery, there was barely room for Fortitude's single chair. This was partially for additional security, but also an architectural metaphor for Fortitude's status at the top. There was only room for one. Admit the Vice Minister of Tranquility as soon as he arrives, Fortitude snapped to the hologram of a staff member waiting at the top of the shaft. I don't care what that does to the rest of my schedule. The junior dispersed, and Fortitude brought his chair to an abrupt halt in the center of his receiving room. His heart was racing, and his skin was clammy beneath his robes. Calm yourself, he thought. Under no circumstance can this upstart know he has upset you. And so, when the vice minister emerged from the shaft, a short while later, he found Fortitude reclining calmly in his chair, a steaming ball of medicinal tea floating in a stasis field above his lap. Busy and ill, Tranquility simpered. I apologize, Minister, for abiding further burden to your day. Fortitude leaned forward, passed his lips against the field, and took a draught. The felt shimmered and shrunk as the tea drained into the minister's gullet. Who else have you told? Holiness, you were the only one I thought to tell. So far, the youth was showing exceptional difference. How long will that last? Fortitude wondered, sucking more tea through his lips. The vice minister was famously scrappy, vocal, and determined. On the occasion, he had substituted for his minister in sessions of the Covenant High Council, a decision-making body comprised of Sanchayun ministers and Sangheli commanders. He had shown no reluctance to participate in the debate, going chair to chair with counselors many ages his senior on a number of contentious issues. Fortitude suspected this decidedly un-Sanshayun behavior had much to do with the Vice Minister's work. The Ministry of Tranquility managed the Covenant's vast relic hunting fleet and spent a great deal of time outside High Charity, dealing directly with the Sangheili shipmasters. In this process, he had adopted some of their more aggressive demeanors. How many instances? Fortitude asked, tapping a finger against his throne. The glyph in question appeared between the two Sanshayun chairs, the brightest object in the minister's sparsely decorated chambers. To the untrained eye, the illumination was just a pair of concentric circles. The small circle hung low inside the larger, suspended by a straight line that connected to a surrounding lattice interlock of curves. But Fortitude knew what the glyph meant. The Forerunner word it represented, reclaimer, or the recovery of previously unknown relics. The luminary was on a very remote ship. Its transmission was somewhat garbled. Tranquility struggled to restrain the triumphant smile, but it detected thousands of unique instances. A shudder ran down the length of Fortitude's spine. If the Vice Minister was to be believed, it was an unprecedented find. Why not bring this discovery to our own minister? Fortitude asked. Managed to keep his voice calm. Were he to discover your disloyal dismissal, will be the last of your concerns. A risk worth taking. The Vice Minister leaned forward in his chair and added, in a conspirational whisper, for both of us. Fortitude chuckled into his tea. There was something oddly endearing about the young Sanshayun's impudence. But he presumed too much. Fortitude decided, extending a finger toward the switch on the throne that would bring Helios hurling up the shaft. The High Council grows restless, the Voice Minister blurted, then continued in a breathless pace. The hierarchs are impotent. The dilemmas on which they made their ascent well settled. There is no longer an age of doubt, Minister. And those with any sense of how this is, you're doing all above all others. Fortitude stayed his hand. The youth had made a valid point. Ages of doubt, such as the present, were about dealing with the fallout of previous chaotic periods. In this case, the 39th age of conflict. That which had encompassed the Ungoi rebellion and seen Fortitude's promotion to minister. His efforts to properly redistribute technology in the wake of the crisis had indeed done much to diffuse new grievances. And while Fortitude was largely immune to flattery, he was again impressed by the Vice Minister's service. Tranquility had just ranked Fortitude's achievements above the hierarchs. The three Sanshayun elected to lead the High Council. These were the most powerful creatures in the Covenant, and calling them weak and worthless was a dangerous proclamation. Fortitude pulled back his finger, suddenly fascinated by what the Vice Minister might next propose. Though, in retrospect, he should have known. We have ourselves at the dawning of a new age of reclamation. The Vice Minister coaxed his chair around the glyph. You are the one to lead us through it, and I, by merit of the concurrent discretion and pledge of steadfast devotion, henceforth humbly request to sit by your side. Tranquility stopped his chair directly before the minister, bowed deeply at the waist, and spread wide his arms, to assume you and the mantle of hierarch. And there it was, Fortitude thought, absolutely stunned, ambitions laid bare. It would not be easy to unseat the hierarchs, to keep their exalted thrones. They would resist the declaration of the new age with all of the influence at their disposal. Fortitude would need to spend tremendous political capital, call in favors owed for them to even have a chance. And even then, Fortitude caught himself. Was he seriously considering the vice minister's proposal? Had he gone mad? Before we do anything, he cautioned. His tongue moved on its own accord. We must be sure the illuminations are valid. I have a warship standing by, awaiting your approval too. Fortitude pulled back, as if stung. You've brought the Sangheili into this? His head began to throb, beating with panicked pain. If the Sangheili took possession of the reliquary, who knew how that might upset the status quo? Again, his finger shot toward the throne's alarm, but the vice minister jerked forward in his seat and countered in a firm tone. No, I have enlisted other witnesses, creatures that have proven themselves both loyal and discreet. Fortitude scowled into the vice minister's eyes. He sought a glimmer of trustworthiness, something that might help him step more confidently down a new and treacherous path. But the vice minister's stare was eagerless and cunning, honesty of a different sort. The minister brought his hovering finger down on a different switch. His T stasis field collapsed in a silver flash, vaporizing the liquid inside. What of the ship that registered the illumination? Lost. It had a mixed crew, Kikyar and Ungoy. Tranquility pursed his lips in an indifferent pout. I suspect mutiny. Tell those you have enlisted that if there are survivors, and if they have stolen the reliquary, they are to be executed on the spot. Fortitude pulled thoughtfully at his waddle. Otherwise, they shall remain in protective custody. The reliquary was their find. They deserve some small reward. Tranquility spread a hand on his chest, and he bowed his head. It shall be done. At that moment, the cleric's prescription finally took hold of Fortitude's headache. The minister closed his eyes, enjoying the rapid subjugation of his pain. He smiled with relief, an expression he knew the younger Sanshayun would misinterpret as an indication of some great and budding camaraderie. A reliquary such as this had not been seen in our lifetimes, Tranquility said. Each of its holy objects is a blessing for true believers. Fortitude sank deep into the crimson cushions of his chair. A blessing. He wasn't so sure. As minister, he looked with dread on the nightmarish negotiations required to distribute thousands of new relics. But as hierarch, he would distribute the relics however he thought would be best to benefit the Covenant. Fortitude licked at a minty sheen that remained on his lips, still tingling from the field, and none would have power to alter his decisions. Chapter 10 will be next time, because we're 2 hours into this thing, and I'm starting to stumble over my words. I need a snack, and I need to reboot my coffee. We're out of music. I could restart it, so I guess I will, and leave you with the chair for a moment while I go and get myself ready for more awesome, which, of course, is with you. Before I bail, let me see what I missed. Stuff with the network, that sucks. Fire, pew pew, that's a big ship. It is a big ship. It's it's huge. I'll find you a picture. Installation 00 dropping in and talking about how big it is. Hey Krampus, hey, how's it going? I'll catch more story in a bit, but I have to run to a meeting. Sweet. Okay, well, and it doesn't appear that we have anything going on YouTube at the moment, but a few viewers. So thank you everybody for stopping by. 508 follows, 6 current viewers, 47 subs. We're trying to get to 50, and our stretch goal is always 80. If we can maintain 50, it helps. If we get to 80, it helps even more. Gets us cool things, helps the awesome become greater. Anyway, I'm going to be right back. It's not going to let me run an ad, I'm assuming because it already did. But I'm going to let you guys stare at the chair. Just give me a few minutes, and we'll continue the awesome when I get back. Oh, man. I'm back with all of the fun. All right, guys. Let me switch gears here. I have I've now switched to the regular Discord streaming channel, which is the Launch Bay on Twitch, and yeah. What do you guys think about the story so far? Now we've now met the Covenant not only have we met them, we've just shot at them. Like, you know, they've landed on the let's say coffee. Is that coffee? Is that what those stickers are? So the Johnson has now landed on the ship and shot at some dudes, and that is wow. That's we've had our first shots fired. It's interesting. Let's see if I can find. I'll try to find you a picture of the. Get you a picture of the city, so you can see it if you're not familiar. And I also need to do something real quick for my wife before she gets the mad. I gotta order something, so just bear with me a moment. We had a toilet break, or well, start leaking this morning. So yeah. All of this for pickup. Yep, pick up. Yep, pick up. Yep, pick up. Yep, pick up. And pick up. I bring you blessings that people in reach, know that I've come without mercy, without pity. I mean, yeah, I know you want to come and hose all the humans. I got you. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Check out. Who's picking up this order? Elena. Almost done. Then we're gonna switch over to the Halo, I think. You guys, how you guys feel about that? There we go. All right, so I got that ordered, so I can fix the house when it's time. That's great news. I feel stabby. I feel stabby. That's funny. Okay, I'll put this over here. Because, you know, that's important. You should put this here so I don't lose it. Okay. I'm working on a drawing guide. That's awesome. That's really cool. Like a how to draw Halo aliens book. You could like write your whole own book, and that would be cool. Maybe not a book, I'm an awful author. Yeah, but if it's like a learn to draw, then is it, you know, that seems like it's not so bad, right? La 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 la. I mean, like when I was a kid, there were these when I was a kid, there were these like how to draw Transformers, how to draw, it was like how to draw everything, how to draw race cars, how to draw, and it was like maybe a 15 or a 20-page book. And it had simple steps, it'd be like you draw the circles and, it'd be like draw 4 circles and then connect them in tubes and then, and then close them off so they're tires and then erase the lines between them. It'd be like 5 or 6 steps to get to like this, I'm just saying. It'd be like, I'm sure that I'm not the only one who remembers these books. You could buy them now at like regular stores. They're like how to draw anime people, how to draw, like it's just like, the books now are better because they're like thicker and they got so many examples. But when I was a kid, it was like 15 pages and they were less good. I probably got one floating around somewhere that I could totally like share with people. Anyway. I'm just saying. I'm glad that I have so many people hanging out with me today. How are you guys? Did I refill my coffee? I did refill my coffee. Look at me. I'm doing great today. Oh. What's up, Krampus?
Not much. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Like I said, just sitting here. I remember having anything from Small Magazine or a comic book.
Yeah, we had. I remember having this. I think it was something to do with the Smurfs.
Okay.
Like it was I think it was some kind of a Smurf comic that I had that had it.
That had like a how to draw inside.
Yeah, I think there was. Oh, it has been so many years. Like what? Almost 18 years, I would say.
I'm trying to think if I have one of those in here. I don't think I do. I might have one in the house. But they're pretty cool. You can find one. Help you. You could write one of your own like that. That'd be cool. And then get it licensed and sell it. And you'd be like, hey, look at me. I did this thing.
Yeah, like I would get money from it.
You could, yeah, someday.
I would call it the Devilish Drawing Guide of Krampus.
There you go. Draw like
What are you chuckling
Krampus.
at?
Draw like Krampus, a guide to Halo drawing. And you could have a picture of your face on the back smiling.
My mustache.
Little paragraph
cigar.
that's like about the author. Krampus
Yeah,
only
the
eats
cigar.
one child a day. That keeps him with a cigar, you said.
Yeah. Also, did I ask you how are you doing?
You asked me what?
Did I ask you how you are doing?
I'm doing okay today. It's a good day.
That's lovely to hear.
I mean, it's always a good day. I have you guys. I mean, I got some I've got some not good. I gotta fix the toilet. The toilet broke this morning, so I had to order a new one. I mean, the toilets are 20 years old. It's probably time to replace them anyway. But
Like, did the pipes burst, or was it the bowl itself?
well, it's actually the plumbing arm and the It's to the point now where I've changed the handle and I changed the pump inside the tank, but it's still sometimes it will just keep running and it'll overflow onto the floor. So I'm not gonna rebuild it again. I just buy a new one, get new pump, get all that stuff brand new, and then I'm hoping that that'll be the end of it.
Yeah.
Like I
There's
said,
nothing-
they're the original toilets from like 20 years ago. I'm gonna change the seal into the floor. I'm gonna caulk them at the base so they don't leak. So it's basic maintenance, and
Yeah.
it'll be all right. What are you doing today?
Nothing much.
Did you enjoy the
okay,
reading
okay.
today?
I did. I love the part with the history of the Covenant.
Yeah, where we're learning about how they came to exist and. Oh no!
The War of Beginnings.
Spartan John is sleeping on the job again.
How dare thou?
Did we lose? I just got Oh, your connection was lost. Oh, how nice. Apparently it's gonna be like that. Are you in the game?
No, I'm here with you.
It says waiting to join, like
It says loading map for me 94%.
oh yeah, so I got kicked and you're joining the match that I was just in.
I don't know, it kind of froze on me.
That's cool.
Yep,
There was a
there we go.
problem connecting. There we go. Okay. Jesus. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Well, there is a plan to do some testing with Oakham today when he is ready for that. So in the meantime, we're just playing some Firefight for a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know how long I'll be on because I'm feeling a little bit tired.
A little tired. Yeah, it's late for you. I understand.
Well, it's 9:30 for me. So-
Half a 9. So is that 8:30 or is that 9:30?
8:30.
8:30. Okay.
Set. Start. Heal incoming. Kill control.
They almost never give us unlimited ammo on this map.
I don't know why.
I don't think I've ever seen the unlimited ammo on this map ever.
I don't think I have seen it either.
Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill.
I feel like when that grenade was half cooked in his hand and then he died, that it should have exploded on all those bricks.
Team about to score. Spider person.
Big Pap is coming.
Roger, Bip Bap. Bip Bap can just keep coming. Whoops.
Your team scored.
Boom shakalakalak.
Weapon drop.
So just say catch.
Fog.
Fog.
Set. Start. Heal incoming.
Oh, I'm down.
Enemy team took the hill.
I'll come and get you.
Hill to
Thanks.
Unless these guy got
Oh,
you.
yeah, somebody's got me.
reinforcements. Reinforcements. Guardian. Grenade run. Reinforcements. Double kill. Killing spree.
Get out of here.
Big Pap.
Bitch Bap.
5 enemies remaining. 2 enemies remaining. Last enemy. Your team scored.
Just need.
On. Weapon drop.
That'll work. Bloop. Ooh.
We had some still alive over here.
Really?
Yeah.
Hill control.
Lazy BR play. That's what this game mode is.
Reinforcements.
One way or another, we're gonna kill them all. Oh, hey buddies. Nightmare.
Triple kill. Overkill. Kill. Guard. Reinforcements. Look at that hook shot. Double kill. Triple kill. Boogeyman.
Boogeyman. How are you guys doing today, everybody? Thanks for stopping by. We're gonna be, tomorrow I think is gonna be we'll be streaming tomorrow. It'll be like a hangout day. I'm not sure what we're gonna do yet. 35 minutes till I go to the dentist. Ooh. Good luck with that. What are they gonna be working on? What do you... Right bottom molar?
Your team scored.
Tasty.
Thunderstorm. On. Weapon drop.
Dynamos. There's a repair field. That's cool. Yeah, it sounds not great.
Start. Hill incoming.
Whee!
Triple kill. Hill ready. Hill control. Reinforcements.
I didn't get enough kills there. That's a bummer. Oh.
Reinforcements. Hill Guardian.
Fuck.
What happened?
Oh, he ran across the grenade before I had a chance to grapple it. So I didn't have, so I wouldn't have to leave the circle.
Your team about to score.
It's been bugging me for a few weeks. Oof, yeah, that's not good.
Kill drop.
I hope it feels better,
Remaining.
cause that's the worst. I hear them. I don't see them, but I hear them.
Guardian.
Yeah, here.
Oh, okay.
Your team scored.
Tooth pain sucks. Yeah, I feel that.
Weapon drop.
That's it. Just 19 bullets for the BR. Well, then we're getting Cinder Shot instead.
Damascus steel. Set. Start. Kill incoming.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm down. Wow. Cinder Shot sucks at this level, just so you know. Not the competitive tools the Cinder Shot on Hill 4.
Kill control.
Yeah, becomes pretty useless, yeah.
Reinforcements.
Not that it matters, but now I'm an invisible asshole. This map is not my favorite.
It's okay.
Victory.
The AI can still see you with the camo on? Okay.
Double kill. 2 enemies
Nice. Nice job, Krampus. Well, I'd invite you to play, but you're going to get your teeth worked on.
Victory.
We're gonna have more fun than you.
I still need to get my tooth fixed. But
I'm just laughing at Ian, chatting it up. Here we go. I am 113,000 from General.
nice, not bad at all.
Getting close. Getting close.
Firefight.
This map again.
Yay. Bullshit.
Bullscheiße.
Mm-hmm.
Oh hey, we have a banished bastard.
Hmm.
Now we have what you wanted, John.
Ooh, we do.
Incoming.
Unlimited ammo.
Reinforcements. Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill.
God damn, just hosing these dudes with this sentinel beam.
Not bad. And we're
Oh, I didn't get that kill.
I got it.
Yeah, I will. I'll go get it for the next few rounds. I mean, I'll keep the cinder shot. Well, I'll go get the cinder shot, and I'll keep it for the whole game because you can use it to destroy the dropships.
enemy. Your team scored. On. Weapon drop. Set stop. Rampage. Double kill.
I got a rocket launcher.
Nice.
Nightmare.
I got cinder shot.
Kill.
And I have a hammer.
Double kill. Kill control. Reinforcements. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Yeah.
Solstice. That was remarkable.
Yeah, it was.
Reinforcements. Guardian. Your team about to score.
This is awesome. No wise. Hey, hey, welcome back. Nice.
Your team scored.
Where'd that rocket launcher pop?
Drop.
It came from the
A drop pod.
Yeah.
There's a sniper. And a sword.
Set. Start. Hill incoming. Triple kill. Over. Double kill. Triple kill.
I love it. Cinder shot is best shot for this mode. I mean, I feel like the cinder shot is the best shot for this mode. Even in the even later game, as long as you're not just trying to kill Bit-Baps.
Double kill.
Damn.
Your team about to score.
Damn, Krampus, just kill them all. I'm dead.
Triple kill. Overkill.
I'm getting you up.
Thank you.
Your team scored.
Yeah, Cinder shot is here, John.
Let's go.
Storm. On. Weapon drop. Set. Start. Hill incoming. Triple kill. Overkill. Kill attacking. Kill wreck. Kill control.
Just the amount of those guys that just got
Enforcement.
poor grunts. Huh. I kept an AR this time in case.
Nice.
How's work, Nikki? Also, hey, everybody else, thanks for stopping by and being awesome with us. Heard that guy.
Boogeyman.
Boogeyman.
Double kill. 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 Two enemies remain. Last enemy. Your team scored.
I don't know if we're gonna make it to,
Mythic. On. Weapon drop.
How, you fucking idiot!
Did you get run over?
No, the idiot teammate. I just tapped him and he fucking died.
It's gonna get intense. He's got the Bit Bap solution.
Yep.
The stabby stabby. Did you get the hammer?
I have a hammer.
Okay. Damn. God damn it. Guy tried to suicide bomb me. You see that shit?
Not quite because I was.
Flawless.
Did we win?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. I thought it was interesting because there was still grunts alive. That's the second time that's
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
You using the disruptor to interlink a bunch of dudes, Ian? Is that why you're doing it? Yeah.
I have 15 more thousand levels until I get past Master Sergeant.
15,000 more points?
50,000.
Oh, okay. The 50,000. Okay. And it melts Bit Bap. Okay.
Firefight.
Ooh, we can get elite allies.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
You know the deal. They can hold the hill. Set, start. Hill incoming.
I'm going to get the elites.
Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Grand slam.
Fuck, I died. I got stuck underneath.
How about the last one?
I got stuck underneath the goddamn it while I was trying to get up. I'm up.
Hill control. Reinforcements. Triple kill.
We have so many grunts just jumping to the death. Did you see that?
Yeah, they just jumped all the way to their own death. That was great.
Your team has scored.
They were like, nah, we actually don't want to fight at all. We're just gonna go ahead and jump into the lava. Bye, Bip Bap.
Two enemies remain. Your team scores. Fall on. Weapon drop. Set, start. Hill incoming.
Oh, I'm down. I'm down in the hill because I picked up some stupid gun.
I'll get you up.
Hill control.
That was weird. That commando, I think, was shooting carbine, plasma carbine.
I'm dead.
Where you at? Oh, I'm
Somewhere.
also dead. I think we're all dead. We all died.
I blame the teammates.
Yeah, it's alright. It happens.
Yeah, but I still blame them. They failed us.
Well, one of them's a hero. At this rate, we'll never get out of Colonel. Oh.
So, John. Mm-hmm. Do you know the different ranks in the Covenant for the elites?
No.
So the blue is the lowest.
Okay.
Red, which is elite minor. Then is elite major, which has red.
Okay.
Then would come the elite ultras, who are white.
White. Mm-hmm.
Elite generals and zealots, shipmasters are usually in gold,
Okay.
and depending on the different orders, the this map again. Depends on the order. The zealots might have crimson-colored armors.
Mm.
The high councilors have silver armor mainly.
Silver. Okay.
Yeah. Like this guy here would be a elite miner.
All right.
He's just a parasite.
He's also on fire.
Get feudal. Take that hill. Set. Stop. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Look at that hook shot. Hill control. Hell, I need some puppy bits. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. I'm really proud of you.
I think this. Oh, come on. Yeah, heck yeah, man. As soon as I finish this match, we've been waiting for you.
Reinforcements. Killing spree. Your team about to score.
I got a present for you.
Two enemies remain. Last enemy. Your team scored.
Ba-da-da-da-da.
On.
Whoop.
Weapon drop.
Which skull did we get?
Fog.
Fog again.
Set. Start. Hill incoming. Look, I'm a spider person. Double kill. Kill. Triple kill. Kill. Grand slam.
Grand salami time.
Double kill. Hill control.
Grand salami. I feel like 2 rockets in an engine should probably do it, but it doesn't.
Your team about to score.
Oh god. My game crashed.
Oh no! Krebs, no!
Yep.
Where'd you die at?
Your team scored.
No, I crashed.
Yeah, I know. Where'd you
Like,
crash at?
Behind you. I think it's next to the pile, next to the rocks where you are currently looking at.
Where I'm currently looking.
Turn right. Turn right. No, not there, not there. Go there, forwards now. Towards the big building.
Towards the big
There,
building.
there. Right there. There's my sniper. There, I died there.
Yeah, I'll take the cinder and this hammer. That sucks that you crashed. That makes me the big sad.
I don't know what happened.
It's we gotta get more bug reports out and try to get them to fix that, because that's not cool. That's not the greatest.
No, it's not.
Reinforcements.
Anyways, I think that's a good enough spot for me to
the end for you?
tonight.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Thanks, Krampus, for spending some time with me today.
Yeah.
John
Did you say that you were
Unishek will
gonna-
fix it all, don't worry. I keep asking him. Oh, I'm dead too. I keep asking him every time I have a problem. I just, hey John, come and fix this.
So did you say that you were gonna stream tomorrow?
Yep, that's the plan.
Okay.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Okay. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then.
All right, Krampus, have a good night, buddy.
Hope so. Night.
He's actually the creator of Halo and the only employee at Halo don't know. Really? He's currently the only employee at Halo Studios? I did not know that. Five enemies remaining. Thunderstorm on weapon drop. Piece of candy. Piece of candy. Big piece of candy. Whoop. Oh, in that case, don't mind if I do. Go on.
Control. Reinforcements. Reinforcements.
Yep, not gonna waste it.
Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Nightmare.
Got no bullets left in this.
Your team about to score.
Got no ammo. Oh, I'm dead too. God damn it. What's your favorite Halo gun that's not in Infinite currently? Ah. That's a great question. Favorite gun that's not Infinite.
Your team scored.
Maybe the OG shotgun.
Weapon drop.
Spartan laser wouldn't be a bad call.
Set. Stop. Kill incoming.
Now I've got 2 bulldogs. Yeah, probably the Spartan laser or the OG shotgun. Everybody crapped on the Halo 2 shotgun, but it was one of my favorite guns. It was a pretty good gun. Halo 1 shotgun was really good. Oh, I'm dead again. Son of a bitch. Or you know the elite carbine, the one that they would all carry around. They're getting ready to release it in a new like Orby shooting type situation.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm good.
You know what I'm trying to, you know what gun I'm talking about, right?
What did you say?
It's the new, it's the one that the elites used to carry in Halo CE. You can get it in blue
Plasma
or
rifle.
in red. Was it just called the plasma rifle?
Yeah.
Okay. I really enjoyed those. I thought that was a good gun. I think that would be an interesting one to come back. That's a tough one. It's a tough one. I'm still thinking, you know, original shotgun. Spartan laser. Always had a blast with that one.
Oh, your game is over?
Yep, just finished. Join on you now.
Not yet. I'm ending a game.
Oh, okay.
But be ready to join.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, join now.
Joining you now. Dark Star Firefight.
Seems like one rando stayed. I'm putting 3 bots for us.
Okay. How have you been, my friend?
Great. Just been scripting this mode with another friend.
Is this still the Warzone mod?
Well, like,
Is this still the Warzone mod we were testing for you a little while ago?
yeah. Now it's just implemented into a firefight map.
Okay.
So it's firefight, and then there's these stations that say new loadout, new loadout above them.
Okay.
And if you have 200 personal score, you can activate those
Okay.
and get a loadout.
All right. Here we go.
You should see one of them right off spawn, and you get the score by killing AI.
Okay.
Time to be king of the hill. Set, start.
Cool.
Hill incoming.
Did you even activate it?
No, I didn't. You said I could only have 200 points, right? I can
No,
only
you-
do it
you
when I have 200.
Ready. Enemy team.
You start with you start with 200.
Oh, you start with 200. Oh, okay. Okay. So I got a Sentinel Beam and a Arcane Sentinel Beam and an Impact Commando Bandit. Okay.
Every time you pick up one of those combined guns
Mm-hmm.
that are a little bit more special, it shows the name of the gun we've given it. But only at the moment of granting it.
Oh, this thing is wildly inaccurate. It's got a lot of
Hill control. Admiral Preston J. Cole on a bicycle.
Arcane Sentinel AR and Impact Commando
Reinforcement.
Bandit.
Double kill.
This is 2-7 sets,
Okay.
and the intention for this map is to test these loadouts with multiple people tomorrow in the Creator Customs event.
Okay. I love this AR.
There's an AI health scaling script, so the more players there are, more difficult the AI is going to get. Their health is gonna be boosted.
Okay. So it'll be like when we were playing Firefight with all those people on Sandra, where eventually Esherum or whoever the end guy is gonna take like 40 dudes to beat him down because he's just so OP.
Right.
Gotcha. So it scales your damage down, not the boss up, right?
No. The AI health gets boosted.
Oh, okay.
And the maximum is 3.5 times. That's when there's like 19 people.
Not bad. Think we're in augmented reality.
Oh, I'm down. They're killed by the drop ship.
Oh shit, that's just about.
Your team scored. Weapon drop. Set.
New loadout.
Hill incoming.
Oh. Diminisher of Hope. Interesting.
What you get?
It gave me the Diminisher of Hope turret, handheld turret.
Interesting.
Reinforcements.
That's gonna hurt.
Ah, I see. That's scrap cannon with a slightly boosted damage.
Yeah.
Actually not slightly. It's 1.7 times.
Double kill.
But so it's got higher damage for sure.
Yeah, and boosted movement speed and jump height. The movement speed and jump height are meant to mimic like
The hammer.
your movement when you're not holding the turret.
Oh, okay.
Because that weapon is our attempt at recreating one older weapon that had explosive bullets and was very strong. But
Okay.
the only weapon with explosive bullets is the scrap cannon.
Gotcha. And I got the standard sidekick was my secondary with that.
The next time you choose a loadout, look up above your crosshair and right below your health bar. There should be a pop-up message saying the name of the weapon.
Okay.
like the weapon you were holding. For example, that was called the champion.
Okay.
Your team about to score.
Convergence Bulldog Cinder Shot. I just scavenged it off of a body.
Score. Weapon drop.
Try shooting that.
Yeah, it shoots
Oh shit.
plasma bullshit.
Set. Start.
I'll hold on to it until I'm out of bullets, because it's pretty cool.
Enemy team took the hill. Hill control. Reinforcements.
Ooh, there's a skull here. Oh, it's just his helmet. Never mind. M40 long shot.
Nightmare.
That's called the Doom of Reach.
It doesn't say it when I pick it up.
No, it only says it if you get it from a purchased loadout.
Oh, okay. It's pretty
Otherwise,
good.
it's too intrusive if it constantly pops it up.
Gotcha. I think it's pretty good. It's probably this turret's pretty legit.
Yeah, that's the highest UNSC turret variant.
Oh, missed it.
The later waves might get difficult as we're getting more joiners.
Roger. Ooh. Playing soccer with this guy's head.
Kill. Guardian.
Okay, look, I'm really fast with this.
To score.
I'm behind you.
Oh. Oh shit, yeah.
I got the same gun you had,
Yeah.
which I think has the fastest turret movement speed we have, and then I got a speed boost power up.
That's awesome, excuse me. Speed boost power up, nice.
Your team scored. Weapon drop.
It's a cool map.
You have 2,000 score. Come on,
I'm buying it now.
get some loadouts.
I got Bandit Evo and regular Cinder Shot.
Hill.
What's the name? It's showing up a
one's-
name on the top.
Nope, didn't say anything. Got Mark.
It only says for the custom guns.
Oh, okay, gotcha. M4. I got 2 MA40s the third time I rolled that box. I'm on the way to you. It loves me so much. It's like, John, you deserve M40s. 2 of them. Thanks, buddy.
Need some help.
I'm on the way, I'm on the way, I'm on the way, I'm almost there.
It's funny, even though that pop-up message on
Yeah.
the in like middle top of your screen, it's in your vision.
It's the Halo 5
But-
map, now I see.
It's so abundantly used in just normal game modes that even I tune it out.
Oh, yeah.
It's become like a blind spot.
Yes. Yeah, you're like telling me to look, and I'm like, I don't see where you're talking about. Like, I'm looking for what you're telling me, and I don't see it. Yeah.
You only have 1700 points and you're using the default loadout.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Where's the, is there a loadout here where we're at?
A little bit further.
Yeah, look around. There should be enough point.
Oh, yeah, down here, okay. Hard to
Did
believe
you
I
get the
have
regular rocket?
so many points. Yeah, I think so. I didn't see any specialty name when it. Oh, I died. God damn it. That was a terrible trick. When I picked it up, I was looking all over on the screen, like, where is it?
You're getting bad luck with the regular weapons now.
Yeah.
Are you alive or dead?
I'm dead.
Oh.
I'm up now. Calcine Disruptor and Arcane Sentinel Beam. BR.
Still regular guns. Try until you get a special one. That should be a special.
Rush Bulldog, it says. Okay.
Yeah.
So it says it right there in the middle of in the same place where like the start is and all that shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they all upstairs?
Enemy team took the hill.
Down here.
Yep, on the way.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Oh, speed boost.
Fuck.
This country's useless now.
Dude, you're just doing circles on
Yeah,
this
I'm
boat.
trying to figure out how to get down there.
Go on the lower, yeah, go on the lower level, maybe.
I was trying to find the stairs, like, in the building. Are there
No.
not any? Oh, okay. I thought there was a way to fall down here. Oh my god, this.
We got a 10-player lobby already.
Wow, that's amazing.
I'm aiming for about 30 minutes per game. And to achieve that, I've increased the amount of hills from 5 to 7
To 7.
that you need to complete.
How many points do you think if this was on full, if this goes and it's full, like if it got incorporated in the game, for instance, how many points do you think a person could get experience-wise in this mode in 30 minutes?
Well, I'd say more than regular.
Yeah.
Not only because it's gonna be longer, but there's stronger weapons that you can get. And
Right,
you can
okay.
do more damage with those stronger weapons. It's actually pretty crazy if you look at the damage dealt stats after the game. Like I had 100,000 damage one game. That was when I was getting some really good weapons from the loadout selector.
Right.
But even now, me and you have like 25k damage.
Yeah, and I was dead for a little bit.
Oh, I want the Banshee.
Set stop. Hill incoming.
So I got the Artifact of Tremonius now.
If it's the Ravager Hydra combo, you need to shoot the secondary fire with that for it to be effective.
The lock-on version or the dumbfire version?
The lock on.
Lock on, Roger. Oh. Alright.
Hill control.
I have the Banshee, please.
Reinforcements.
Kind of confused. Why does the lock-on function? Why is the lock-on function important?
So, is that the Ravager gun? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Hydra that
So
shoots
Ravager.
Ravager bullets.
So Ravager has two fires. It has the primary fire and then the charge fire.
Yes.
And since it's combined with the Hydra, which also has two fire modes, if you use the lock-on mode, that's gonna shoot the charge shots instead of the regular shots.
Okay.
And since they both take the same amount of ammo and same amount of time to shoot, it's better to use the charge.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's just a product of the fact that both weapons have two
Firing modes.
Yeah, two fire bullets.
Oh my god. These guys are pretty difficult. I have no guns.
Bring the Banshee, I have repaired this. Bring the Banshee.
Ooh, power arm. Come here. I got a power arm. What does that mean? What is power arm?
He's got a bigger power.
Is that what it means? It's just I'm dead. Power arm makes you like punch harder?
Yeah, it makes you punch faster. Dude, this guy is the power arm himself. Ooh, Banshee almost got him off the map. Oh my god, get him off the map. No, it happened the opposite way. He got the Banshee off the map. Oh, now he's off.
Your team scored. Weapon drop.
Dude, that actually might be a strat here. I didn't even think about it. We're gonna have a hunter encounter on this platform,
Yeah.
or at least some kind of boss encounter, and people could just repulse them off.
Yes.
Hill incoming.
Fuck, I went the wrong way.
Hill control.
The loadout. Banish of Bahalo, huh?
Ooh, that's a really good skewer.
So you guys just named all of these weapons? Like, do they all have like lore? Like
They
lore.
have cool sounding names, and some of them are like with some lore
Okay.
included in them. Like that one, Palaho is the homeworld of the guns,
Okay.
and then we have one of the good rockets. It's called Guard of Doisak, and Doisak is the homeworld of the brutes.
Right.
But we are just using available strings in Forge. Like we
Oh,
cannot
just-
name
okay.
these whatever we want. So
Gotcha.
we had to work with a confined set of strings and
Yeah.
just made the coolest sounding names from those.
That's still cool.
We also noticed the skins on the guns are different.
Yeah, different. How are you guys able to do that? Is that
It's a bit of a trick.
okay?
They are so the latest update actually provided us with skins for those custom weapons.
Okay.
So the combination weapons that wasn't possible before, but also we did a trick where we're able to get the default skins instead of the player customization skins by first giving the weapon that you will be given to a dummy clone, and like because the weapon skin
I'm dead.
comes from the first player that picks up the weapon. So if we give it to a dummy clone first, they're gonna get the default skin, and then you are given that.
Oh, okay.
And that way, it's another form of communication of what weapon you're holding, because not every like rocket launcher or Hydra has the same skin.
Right.
Invisible.
Jacob. That was easy.
Your team scored. Victory.
That was the game. Hopefully tomorrow
Wow.
there's gonna be more people on it, more creators, and it's gonna be more difficult.
That's gonna be awesome. I like it already. I'm glad it works. Yeah, I spent a bunch of points there. I'd probably hit that box like 4, 5, 6 times and didn't get anything out of it. So, just like my survive the undead luck.
Well, I'm not gonna run it again. I'm gonna go
All
to
right.
sleep, and your stream is gonna end soon, right?
It is. It will end in about 15 minutes. It looks like.
Oh,
Yeah, I got started a little late this morning. I don't know if you heard, but The toilet this morning got broken, so I had to order a new one and some new parts. I got to replace the toilet in the guest bathroom. So I'm going to do that today. It's oops. It's not going to be that bad. It's already I already took it off. I just got to go and clean up the floor around the space and put the new seal on and put the new toilet on. It's like a 15 or 20 minute install. I'm really not worried about it. Just gotta wait for Lena to bring it here, and the space is already prepped. So,
It broke while somebody was on the sitting on it.
no, I think that what actually happened is that a little kid, because we have a lot of little kids in our family, like stuffed something in it, and so for about a month or so, every once in a while you'll flush it and it'll just overflow onto the floor. And we can't figure out why. It's not... I'm assuming that somewhere in the bends in the inside, there's something like lodged in there that can't go around that's hindering it. And so it'll like back up. And after fiddling with it for however long we've been fiddling with it, trying to get it right, I was just like, no, I'm just gonna buy a new toilet and put a new toilet there, and that should more than fix it. And if that doesn't fix it, then I don't know. I can't explain it. The drain is clean. Everything that I can see is good. So it must be that. Anyway, gonna replace that later. And I've been working on organizing my garage, which I'm really excited about, because we've been able to get a lot of stuff done with that. You know, I'm having more space, so I can start working on my classic cars and doing all those fun things. So I'm pretty excited about that. Tomorrow in the Awesome, we're just gonna play some Halo all day. If you're not busy, what time is that test supposed to be?
It's quite late. Let me check that.
Okay.
It's 1 a.m. my time, so 1 hour from now, tomorrow.
So 3 p.m. Okay. Well, it won't get tested on the Awesome, but I'll try to make it.
And be aware, the Darkstar map might not be the first one, or the 5th one, or the 10th one. So
I'm not worried
see
about
how
it.
many-
If they're testing the modes and they got a bunch of maps, that's cool.
let's see. There's 11 game modes that they have lined up,
Oh wow.
and the Darkstar map is just one of them.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's really damn cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad that the network worked so we could play today. Yeah. Big deal. Dude, I made it to I'm at 508 followers now. Yeah, right?
It's good.
It's good. I haven't found any like really good clips that we could take yet and put into that thing you made me. I gotta make some though so I can start posting them. I just haven't had like anybody clipping anything. I don't know if I've played like so good that people are clipping stuff at the moment. But we'll have to get back into multiplayer and get some good stuff, and you know. Anyway, I'm excited about it. Yeah. I appreciate you for swinging by. You're like the best. We talk about you all the time and all the cool stuff that you do. Yeah.
Thanks.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. Can't wait. I can't wait for next year. I'm already counting the days.
I haven't started counting.
Firefight.
Well, I mean, I'm not counting like every day, but I mean it's November, so we have 11 months left.
You went to another con, right?
I did. I just finished Grit City. It was the weekend of Veterans Day. It was that Saturday. It's just a one-day convention. I really enjoyed it. I posted a bunch of pictures of it in the cosplay, and then other people have been posting some pictures here and there in the general chat and whatnot. I really do. I love it. It's one of my favorite things going to that con. It's a really small, like I said, it's a really small one-day event. And in this particular case, I was kind of like, I'm kind of like the belle of the ball, if that makes any sense. I think I was the only full Spartan there. We had a Rakshasa core that one of our guys built, that Pop Sola builds, but everybody else was ODSTs. So it was pretty cool to be lone Spartan. You know, lots of people come by the booth and talk to us and want to get pictures and hang out and talk to people. I enjoy it. I love being the chief. The Master Chief is fun to play. I feel like I do a good job, and you know, I have the right attitude. And I wish I was a little bit taller. That would oh, I'm down. That would help a little bit if I could be just a little bit taller. But no, it's good. It's good. I enjoy it a lot. Yeah.
You're also making a Zeta bucket, I saw.
I am. I've got the Zeta bucket so I can be myself. The whole point is that I can dress up as myself, and I think that's pretty awesome to be able to do that. We're gonna work on a Mark 7 kit. I think that's one of the things that we're gonna start building on sooner than later. And that way I've got, the purpose of the Mark 7 is to kind of sort of have an outfit that I don't have to work as hard to wear. That might end up being that outfit might even end up being
Your team scored.
There it is.
Weapon drop.
That that outfit might end up being mostly foam. I'm gonna work with Foam Forge Cosplay a little bit on the side to try to get some extra tutelage, because if it's a foam suit, you know, although I feel like the foam is ultimately less durable, it's you know, it's a suit that you can run around in and beat up and stuff. So I don't know. We'll see how that works. I really want to 3D print everything because I'm a big time 3D printer, but you know, it's all about growing, figuring out different stuff. You never know. Could be really cool. Could be really not cool.
You say the bucket was red?
No, it's white. It's right now it's gray. You can see it. It's over there. Right now
I saw red pictures.
Oh yeah, so that was when I had it in Bondo and I had just sealed it so we could sand it down. So the Bondo is like a pink color, and when you have it in the resin texture, then it looks this pinkish red, and it looked kind of like it had black stripes in it, almost like wood grain, right? Because of the way that it is. So that's kind of how we got that texture. I'm assuming that's the pictures you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Mostly red.
Yeah, it's yeah. That was Bondo and resin. Now we're just sanding it down for we've got it in gray. We're in the process of chasing all of the seams with a Dremel so that we can go on to color, go on to paint, you know, paint and color and stuff like that. So it'll be really cool when it's done. I'm so excited for it. Well, we get to wear that in the
cool
stream.
tech. Any cool tech going into that?
Yeah, it's gonna have the standard. It's gonna have the standard cooling system. It's gonna have the. It's gonna have standard cooling, so fans. It's gonna have lights in the cheeks. It's gonna have. This one will probably have a backlit visor because we want to achieve the Legends look. So it'll be that gold color, and we'll either back or side light it. So we want it to really glow out away from me. And then, of course, it'll be probably the first suit that'll have ribbons, like copper ribbons glued into it for wiring purposes. That way, instead of soldering all of the individual lengths of wire and like that, we can solder a short nub and then glue in a copper ribbon for the neutral and the positive, and that way we can just solder to the copper ribbon and then cover that with like a EVA foam. So, you know, the efficiency at which we're designing the inside of the helmet and wiring the systems is gonna get better. I think. Like I said, it's been a really it's been really awesome, really exciting. All of the stuff that we've learned in the process of building all the suits. It's cool stuff. I'm glad to be able to share it with other people as well. Heck yeah, man. When are we building you a suit?
If it would be anything, it would be my multiplayer Spartan.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm not sure how we would light your head on fire.
Smoke machine and LEDs?
You could do that. You could. It would not be terrible to do it that way. But you could 100% do that. That would not be terrible.
Or, and that is something I've seen like done now multiple times, you could literally just light it on fire. There have been several people now that have made like fireproof helmets and put like propane burners into that.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. I wouldn't want to wear that, like a propane tank.
I wouldn't want to wear it either,
I don't think that's
and
allowed
not
in
even,
HCS.
and not for like long term, but it is a really cool idea, and it is cool that it works.
You could do like a fan shroud that like runs around your neck that circulates air at a high velocity, and then you could have like orange and yellow and red tissue paper that like so that the air blows and it forces it to blow up, and it kind of waves from the turbulent air as it blows by. So it would like simulate fire, but it would be tissue paper, you know, so it wouldn't actually catch you on fire. And that would be a practical way to do that. Practical way to do that where it's not dangerous, for sure. You'd have to power that system. I like the smoke idea because you could light the smoke with an LED, like fire from below, and just blow the smoke out of like your neck seal, and it would just come up and look. Well, I don't know. It might be difficult to make it look like fire. It might just look like orange smoke coming out of your helmet, which would be sort of dumb.
Or white smoke glowing orange, even. So I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to. We could work on that, Oakham. But the rest of the armor, I think we could do just fine.
I don't think I would be wearing armor if it's anything like be wearing the helmet. The helmet is more. It's the crown of my armor set. Like the rest of my armor doesn't really communicate anything, but it's like people recognize me from my helmet.
Yeah.
Mark 5 with the black visor.
Yeah. So you're just gonna
But
build. You're just gonna build a
don't have
helmet.
well, I don't have a 3D printer, and I have no plans of learning 3D printing, acquiring a 3D printer. So if it's anything, it will be all somebody else's initiative to make that. I have no intention of making a helmet for myself.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Well, I mean, it makes sense. You got friends like us that have all our own helmets that you could always just borrow when you're hanging out. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense. I felt bad. There was a guy that wanted to try my helmet on at the convention. Dude had a huge head, like he couldn't even get my Master Chief helmet like down over his face. Like it was like stuck on his forehead with the neck seal off.
At the time I gotta go. Bye.
See,
Did he say he's got to go eat a hamburger and then goodbye?
something.
Okay. I also want to eat a hamburger. But yeah, no, it's like that. It's I wonder if I could work with some guys to collaborate to get Oakham a helmet.
How does the measuring go for making a helmet? What's
Do you
the
know
process?
do you know what size your fitted head is? So
No,
like
I don't even know what values are used.
it's centimeters. I mean, there's freedom units, but there's also centimeters. So, like, for instance, if you give me a moment, this match is on its last hill, and we're almost done with it. My fitted hats, right? They're 7 and an 8 usually. I wear size 7 or size 7 and an 8. It depends on how much hair I have on my head. So if I got my fresh haircut, I can wear a size 7 hat all day, no problem. If I have a hair like I do now, size 7 becomes tight on my head, and it can give me a headache because my hair is too big. So then I'll wear size 7 and an 8. And the reason why that is because I wear fitted hats. So one of the only hats that I wear that's not fitted is this hat that I'm wearing on my head, the Master Chief hat. If it could be fitted, good lord, I'd have it fitted, because I feel like fitted hats are like more professional and better. I really hate the snapback trucker style feel. Like, there are certain times that it's okay, and I will wear it, but having a preference, I will always pick a fitted hat. So I'll show the stream what that's about while I show you, so as well. Since the stream is ending anyway, I could put my hat down, hang my coat up, and do all the things. So anyway, so here's the fitted hat. If you're looking in the stream, Oakham, it's it's a fitted hat, and inside it's 7 1/8 or 57 centimeters, right? So it just basically is how big around your head is. And then obviously if you want to be like me, I wear my glasses inside my helmet because I like to see, and then it's very important. It's hard enough to see as it is, especially in the Infinite Chief helmet. To see out of it, it's hard enough in the dark. I mean, you had it on. It's not the easiest to see, and so I want to be able to have my glasses on inside. So then the only real measurement we need after that is like what the width of your lenses are on your head, what the width of your frames are on your head, so that we can make sure that there's space inside between the visor and the between the visor and your face, so that you can wear your glasses so you can see. And pretty much after that, it's a comfort thing. Like for me, we scaled down the Infinite Master Chief helmet as small as we could get it, and still be able to wear it. And that was all just so that I could have the appropriate scale. And you look at the Legends Chief bucket, that helmet is approximately the same size, but it's a little bit bigger. There's a little bit more space inside of it to exist. So it's just kind of like that. You just, You gotta figure it out, fix it. You know, feel it out. All right. Yeah. We can work on it later. Always Armor Smith is a good one, you know. With Armor Smith, you could do something like this, Oakham. You could use I don't think I have it anymore. Or I do have it, I don't know where it is, but I printed something called a cosplay caliper. And it's like a giant caliper. It's got a friction fit nut in the bottom, and it opens, and it's got these hooks on the end. You can make one with a wire coat hanger even. And what you do is you open that, and you use that to get the measurements, so the widest part of your head. So I would take it at like your cheek here, and maybe just above your ears here, like the two widest parts. Average that out and find out. Or actually, I would just take the bigger number. And then you can also do that from your chin to the top of your head. You can get that measurement. And then also from your nose to the back of your head. So you get the 3 dimensions. You get vertical, you get horizontal across the eyes in width. And then you get from, you know, the depth from the nose to the back of your head. And that gives you an oblong shape that you can you know, then get an idea of how big your head is. It's an older way to do things, but you could still do it that way. There's lots of ways to measure it. Or you can slam your head in a door. Haha. That's a Foam Forge cosplay-ism. He says don't slam your head in the door, but if anybody stumbles across this and wants to know more about it, you can find it at Foam Forge Cosplay in a Paramount Plus video. It was an extra for the Halo TV show about cosplaying because they wanted to do a thing about that to get people involved. And that's pretty hilarious. So you can find Foam Forge Cosplay right there and go see that short. And he says, so that the joke is that you can use the door in your house to measure all of those measurements without making a caliper, okay? But obviously, the joke there is you might accidentally slam your head in a door, which is really terrible. So yeah,
I want to see that clip. I'm gonna ask Mike next time I see him.
Ask Mike about it. Yeah, he can find you the clip, or I'll find the clip and share it as well. We'll somebody will get it. We'll put it in. You should put it in the Ask Mike. Say, hey Mike, can you show me the clip about slamming my head in a door? And he'll laugh hard. Hey, speaking of Mike, I put the friends in there. Go check him. He might stream tonight. He's a streamer friend of mine. He's got about 260 follows, I think, right now. He is an inspiration to so many people. He does an extra life that I help with. He has helped me climb to the place that I am with you guys, to the 500 followers and beyond. He helps me always improve with my cosplay. He is a genuinely awesome dude. He's going through this shit right now, but I hope he streams tonight. And if he does, please go see him. You might even see me. But hey, that's it. We've enjoyed 10 minutes of overtime. And that's awesome. So I'm going to let you guys go be awesome with all of the people that you want to be awesome with, because I can't have you all day. I've got stuff to do. I mean, you heard. I've got all sorts of weird shit to clean up and construct and build and be. But you can find me in the Discord later. That's the Spartan Space where we're hanging out right now. You've been getting links all day. And they're going to run an ad at the end. Isn't that great? For 1 minute and 25 seconds. I will wait until they come back to sign off because, wow, that sucks. Fucking ads, man. You're nice. As a mod, you don't have to deal with them.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. I'm getting a message. I'm getting a message. Are we done with this ad yet? 31 more seconds. Dude, I had 9 viewers on YouTube today. The average view time was 16 minutes. I wonder.
Firefight game.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just the average. Most people on YouTube were here earlier during the reading, actually. Yeah, interesting. Are we back from the ad yet? Oh, your community, welcome back from the ad. I'm going to finish signing off now. I just wanted to wait for all you guys so you could hear me. Anyway, check it out. Come and be awesome with us in the Discord. That is Oakham. He is one of my buddies. He is a forger. He's working with me to get a forge unicorn that I may never get, but we're going to try. And I'm always excited to help him out. And go check out my friends. Anyway, I'm going to go. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. We'll see you in the Spartan space where it's always awesome because of you and everybody else that comes to contribute to this thing that we're building. That's it, guys. Stay awesome. I'll see you next time, all right? Bye-bye.
See ya.